ladies and gentlemen.
The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is intended only for mature.
How's everybody's father feeling today?
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, what do you guys want to talk?
Let me talk to you.
We are fucking back. We're back. Classic. We are back.
That's right, folks. We are back. And welcome, everyone, to the Circle Debate End Time Wrestling Delorean and Game Breaker Sports Podcast, episode 217, where broken dreams unfortunately comes true. You heard Moxley. You heard about the promo video that I put earlier today promoting this. He said it. Oh, yeah, they're going to know the truth. Type of shit. Damn! This man's promos always good, but you know what? I'm going to say it for that. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, the host, Stevens, what I've been seeing with my familia! Yeah! I'm going nutty because I'm reunited and it feels so good. With everybody back here, with my other right here four hosts. Let me introduce them, of course, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, let me introduce the man who redeems himself. Well, actually, he doesn't redeem nobody because he just made for himself. But this man, he's everywhere, anywhere. He is like the Joe. You can say he's a Joe Henry podcast.
I believe in Joe Hendry.
And I do believe in him. That's why he's the redeemer.
Because I'm not just the coolest. And I'm not just the best.
He's back.
My main question I have to ask is, do you feel him, sir? Because you know what else has to come with that? It is Thursday night. Circle of Debate. It is game over.
Yes, I love it. Yeah. Oh, love it. That's right. And of course he's the banger, folks. He's the CEO, the real CEO, not the CEO of Game Breaker Sports. And he's part of this familia here. Of course, he is another host here about Circle of Debate. This man, he doesn't bang your wives, folks. All right, don't get him tempted. So man, it's the banger podcast.
After banger. After banger. After banger. After banger.
That's right. The man himself, the banger podcasting.
You guys don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. I'll tell you all the time. I don't deserve it.
You deserve it. You deserve it.
Mr. Steal Your Girlfriend himself.
Yes, he does.
Oh,
and in case he steals your girlfriend, don't forget, man, we got the attorney at law here because this man will fight for you. And that is, of course, make sure you call him 1-800-Mussolini because this man is attorney at law for the Debate Network and Game Breaker Sports Network. He fights for you because, man, even if the banger takes away your wives, girlfriends, even if you're taking the longest shit in the world and you just want to see the toilet. I mean, if you can't eat your burger on time, then, you want to see the fast food, call this man today. Ain't that right, Pepsi? Ain't that right, Redeemer?
Oh, that's absolutely right. And you must always remember that Pepsi and Pepsi are not responsible to see the wrong can of Pepsi. Top World Wrestling Talk, Circle of Debate, and Game Breaker Sports are all responsible for this ad.
That's right. Call Pepsi Field today. That's right, because money's on the way.
Call Pepsi Field today. Right now.
Right now.
Thank
We
you.
wait for you. Sorry, I can't do a dumb dumb.
Ask me about my Better Call Saul discount.
Oh, shit.
Unreal.
Insert diabolical chin rub.
His discount's so good it'll make you feel like you're paying $3.99.
Oh, yeah, right. He definitely will make you feel that way. And best for last, folks, our other host. Of course, he is your host for Mr. Raw Dog with De Niro and Friends with Benefits. And he's the host of the Wrestling Delorean podcast. Catch obviously live on Spotify, besides Spotify, on XM Radio mainly, folks. Make sure you tune into that man every Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, almost every day. But he's here. He's back. Where's the damn clip? Man, stop moving shit around. Like, fuck. This is where I need to. I had everything in order, but no, he moved everything.
It's all good. No clip needed. Don't worry about it.
Everything's been shuffled.
De Niro.
I blame.
Here comes the money.
I blame CM Punk. Shit.
You blame CM
I
Punk.
blame CM Punk.
Doc, we better back up. We don't have enough road to get up to 88. Roads? Well, we're going. We don't need roads.
You been sparked those schemes.
See?
Bitches let it drink in the club till the wolves come. Everyone strip on the floor. We the wolves done.
I got a Snyder extended clip, so who wanna play hero? Go bash shit like the top spot, final balls you cross, that's when your ride stop. Basquiat with that.
That's your brother Nero. I knew you'd come. Oh, yes.
Happy New Year family tonight, for sure.
Cha-ching.
Oh, yes,
Cha-ching.
I love it. I love it.
Love you guys.
Love you, bro. Love you.
When you hear that music play, guess what? It's time.
Mr. Yeet Bender, Mr. Yeet was going up for
Yeet.
World Elite. That's right.
Yeah, shout out. We had a great show yesterday talking about No Mercy 2001. Check that out.
Oh, definitely. I was watching. Man, you guys brought back memories, and you guys killed, especially with the 60 keyword. Top agent. Respectfully, but you guys are right when you're saying like there was a lot. Yeah.
Honestly, 2001 No Mercy really is an underrated pay-per-view that I don't think enough people talk about.
Jordan will stop talking about Jordan. He continues to say that. Shout out to Jordan, of course. It's the future, Tom. Good afternoon, good morning. I'm not sure, Tom.
He's already on SmackDown right now, so.
How's Wrestle Dream, Tom?
Cheers, Tom, for the fist.
Much love, Tom.
And subscribe to Bro.
Just.
Great
show yesterday.
Cheers to you too, bro.
Another one, a great fucking show last night. I'm telling you.
That was 4.9 yeets out of 5.
That's right. And Double J, the real Double J right here, Jordan from World Elite. Ain't he great? Not like the other.
It's my World Elite.
That's right. Shout out to the World Elite. But gentlemen, what a weekend we had of professional wrestling, and what a week that we had. And coming up, it's not over yet. We still got a lot coming up this week, this Saturday and Sunday. But that Sunday we'll be talking with the man of 1,000 words for Doge Debate for the King of Pro Wrestling. But we're here to talk about 3 things here, 24 things. But now that we're all together, and I'm here now, even though it took a little meeting, but I'm here.
Yeah, where's your intro? Where's your clap?
Right? What the hell? Why don't you have an intro?
Never have an intro for me.
No, I'm gonna make an intro for you. I'm gonna sneak it into the whole lineup, and you're gonna be like, "What's
You'll
this?"
never know it's coming.
You'll never know.
Yeah,
exactly.
Clap it up, Ivan.
Like Braun Breaker.
Oh shit! What the fuck? There you go.
He is hashtag the Podfather.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
you know, you come to him on the day of this podcast to ask him to be a guest.
Bad blood.
That's right. We are gonna talk about it, folks. Overall, we're not gonna go through each match individually like that. No. Overall, what we thought, man, great PLE. I can tell you that a lot of things happen here that got everybody wondering what's upcoming next for heading into Survivor Series, because there's 2 stories here that will make it 3 now that were created on this event. Because it's question one. Well, one we knew. One I can tell you for a fact that we all knew that was going to happen. But the question of that story is how is this? Where we're heading to with that story? And you know what I'm talking about. But I'm gonna let you guys break that down. And of course, the other one that happened off air, off the POE, that happened in the parking lot, which that was a smart move. I will say that right now. Very smart move from Papa H to do that, because you got everybody on social media going like, "Oh my God, like what's going on?" And now you got people who wanted to tune in for Friday. But like I said, I'm our host here today. Who care about it? I'm gonna do it. I'll wait till it's my turn. But I'll start it off, Brother Nero. I'll start you off, brother. Break it down overall. Bad Blood. What were your thoughts, and what do you grade it, my brother?
Bad Blood was a hell of a show. A hell of a show. I really enjoyed it. To start out with that Hell in a Cell for the first matchup, and God, did those boys deliver. That was a great Hell in a Cell. Like, it's got to be up there with some of the best Hell in a Cells. And it felt like a authentic Hell in a Cell, where I feel like a lot of the, luster from the Hell in a Cell was tarnished when they went to like the Hell in a Cell pay-per-view, and you had multiple Hell in a Cells during the show. And sometimes you had matches where their first match in the feud was in Hell in a Cell. So this definitely brought back that feeling of Hell in a Cell being a feud ender and being for like real blood feuds and grudge matches. And speaking of blood, this match needed the blood. This match got the blood, and it wasn't just a little trickle here and there. These guys were bleeding blood buckets. You saw, I think it was Drew McIntyre with 16 staples in his head from the toolbox. This told a beautiful story. I popped when Drew McIntyre pulled out the bag, and you think it's going to be Tex. I don't know if you guys caught someone scream out on near the camera, "Real glass!" Right? But for it to be the beads from the bracelet, that is telling a great story. And yeah, these 2 guys put on a hell of a matchup. Well deserved, all the praise. And shout out to that music video that dropped on Wednesday for the Hell in a Cell. That was fire too. The women delivered. I like Nia Jax and Bayley. Thought that was a good matchup. Thought it was a notch better than their matchup at SummerSlam, if you ask me. Rhea Ripley and Liv was a little weird. I thought that the shark cage really took away from the matchup. I feel like they should have just had a stipulation where, everyone's banned from ringside. Let these 2 women just have a matchup. And then, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it was weird when she went to the referee and the referee allowed her to go outside and beat up Dom after he fell out of the cage, and then still threw it out when he saw Raquel, and then Raquel dragged Liv for the pin after they threw it out. It was just weird. It had a really awkward ending. Damian and Finn, I was surprised with. I thought that was a really good matchup too, but I would have gave it to Finn. I thought that this feud still had some legs on it, and having Damian not only win, but to take out the rest of Judgment Day during the matchup as well, it just felt like this is the end of that feud. Damian got his, he got his just due, and now he should be moving on. When I feel like we should have built up Finn to be a main eventer and a threat. And if Finn beats Damian Priest here, the guy who was just the World Heavyweight Champion, it would have took Finn back up to that main event level, if you ask me, especially if it was a clean win. Main event was fun. I loved every interaction with Jacob Fatu and Roman Reigns, because I was that guy who was a big MLW fan back in the day saying, "Oh man, this is the real, head of the table. This is the guy who is really holding that family down. And if he goes to WWE, him and Roman Reigns will be fire." And never thinking that it would happen. You always heard stories about why he was never in the WWE, and his past is affecting him from getting signed to the WWE. So for him to finally be there, I always thought that was awesome. But to finally see him and Roman Reigns on opposite sides of the ring was very, very awesome. I've seen him live a couple times. House of Glory, went to MLW shows. Ivan, I know you saw him in PCW. So to see him going in there with Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes in the main event of pay-per-views, shout out to Jacob Fatu. I love the return of Jimmy. I thought that was really well done. Really happy to see Jimmy back. I ain't gonna lie. I popped for The Rock. I know a lot of people are hating on The Rock, right? I love the Final Boss character. I can't wait to see what's next for the final boss. I do think that they should have went to Rock Cody earlier in the year. I wouldn't have been mad if we got Rock Cody at SummerSlam, just because I do think that the bigger story going into Mania should be Rock and Roman. I don't think, we should have a three-way. I don't think The Rock should face Cody at Mania. I think the bigger story should be Rock and Roman, the match that should have happened at WrestleMania 40. Glad it didn't happen. I like the whole way they went with Cody, but I do feel like The Rock does want to have that match Roman, and I think that match should be the matchup at WrestleMania 41, as opposed to everyone saying, oh, it should be a three-way or it should be Rock and Cody at Mania. It got to be Rock and Roman. As for what happened afterwards with Kevin Owens and Cody Rhodes, that was so brilliant, man. I was just saying, I believe it was on Conan's podcast with Keeping It 100 with Disco Inferno, where he said that, I forgot what website brought up that WWE has over 10 million Twitter clicks and impressions on a weekly basis. That is way more than what SmackDown gets. That's way more than the ratings. That's way more than the people who are watching this PLE. So more people are going to see that interaction and that backstage fight between Cody and Kevin Owens than the people who actually saw the show itself. So that draws a lot of interest going into SmackDown this week. So I thought that was brilliant. Use social media as a tool. It is 2024 and social media is here to stay. You might as well utilize it.
I agree.
Overall, great show.
Yep.
Very well said.
Yep.
All right, Pepsi Phil. The floor is yours.
Honestly, this was a really good pay-per-view. I gave it a 9 out of 10. It would have gotten a 10, honestly, except like you said, there were a couple of things that didn't really it wasn't smooth for me. Like the Liv and Rhea match was just a little awkward at times, and I couldn't actually see the story. The Finn and Damian match, while great, and the storytelling was solid, it felt like the storytelling was leading to Finn winning. And then it feels like Damian winning was a last-minute move. And again, I don't know what the backroom discussions were, but for some reason, that one felt a little bit awkward to me. But other than that, those are the only two matches that kept it from being a 10. For the most part, this is the first time in probably 5 years, and I'm including Cody and Seth, where the Hell in a Cell match for an event was the match of the night for me.
Oh, fuck yeah, it was.
So literally, they're like, because it's like what you said, De Niro. Most of the Hell in a Cell matches seem to be a little kind of diluted down, and I miss the days when Triple H would do a Hell in a Cell, and it would look like it would look like a meat factory, because that's how much blood flowed around. That's how much of a beating we saw. This actually brought that back, and I was really excited about it. And I thought this was probably, and honestly, this is probably the most I've enjoyed CM Punk in a while. Like even when he was in AEW, he didn't look like he was having fun in AEW, if that makes any sense. This looks like he found his spot and he was having a good time. So I was actually pretty happy with this one. In regards to then we go to the main event, which is like Roman, Roman, the fake bloodline versus Roman and Cody. I actually thought that was a good match. I had a little bit of a concern because the biggest pop was for Roman pinning Jacob. I think it was Jacob. Yeah. And obviously it was because it also shepherded Cody coming back. But if you look at that match, at a certain point, he pinned Solo. I'm sorry, he pinned Solo, and Cody took Jacob out of the ring. And I guess my concern was that is your Universal Champion who honestly pretty much got taken out the match. And in the storyline for that, the real story is Roman, and it makes me think that unfortunately, Cody is not going to be the face of this championship during this era. Like I think Cody's really good, but that is concerning to me because think about it. He's your Universal Champion. He does not get the pin in that match. Not only that, he has to get saved by the guy that everyone loves now. Because the only thing holding Roman back at this point was he was a heel. Now he's sort of like I'll say a tweener at this point, technically. But if you think about it, that night was more for Roman than Cody. And then, it should be. I mean, and I understand why. Because again, now The Rock comes back. Truth be told, at the end when The Rock came back, were you more interested in seeing Roman and Rock, or Rock and Cody? Like
for this current, or when he came back originally?
Oh no, with this new comeback, with the new show up at the end of it.
No, Rock and Roman.
Exactly. So, De Niro, the answer to both questions.
Yeah.
Whether it was fucking 9 months ago or whether it was right now.
Exactly. So
true, yeah.
Like I don't
Roman Rock is the story. Yeah.
Yeah. No offense to Cody, but he's being pushed aside as a Universal Champion. If it's me, I'm going to play with it and use it to turn Cody heel. Like I will,
Jesus.
Because I know y'all don't see it, but I remember Cody in his heel phase when he was in New Japan, and when he came back, that was a petty bitch when he was a heel. Like I remember when he offered a wrestler $20 to get the fuck out the ring because that's the most she was gonna make that night.
Oh yeah, and TNA.
Yeah.
Right?
So I think Cody is much better as a heel, and I think this is probably the direction he should probably go. Because right now, people want Roman with that belt. Like they love the story, Cody's story, but they finally got the story. Like, okay, can you put the belt back on Roman now? Like that thing, I feel like that's what people are saying right now. Now, back to the like Bailey and Nia were great. I actually enjoyed that match. I know a lot of people are giving her shit because and unfortunately, dickheads like
It's a side chick.
I know guys like Vince Russo, even Jonathan Coachman are like, why is Nia still in the ring? Fuck both of them. She's doing a good job. Like she's not gonna be perfect all the time, and I think she did a good job with against Bailey. So I was fine with that. Now, going back to the Kevin Owens thing, and like you said on social media, the one thing I like most about Triple H's era of wrestling is where Vince was like hell bent on gatekeeping and trying to shut it down and making sure nobody saw the back stuff. Because I remember when he said, if you got a social media thing like a YouTube channel or whatever, you can't run it. Give it up. I remember when Kofi had Up, Up, Down, Down. Kofi had to let WWE buy it if he wanted to keep it going. The same goes for Edge and Christian. Triple H, like you said, is smart enough to realize that social media gives you access.
You mean Xavier Woods, by the way? You said Kofi.
Yo, thank you. I was Xavier Woods. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, but everybody wants access. Social media gives access. Triple H knows how to manipulate that. That's why he lets his wrestlers literally have entire whole social media beefs on social media. Because I can tell you right now, the beef between CM Punk and Drew was nice in the film, but think about it. Drew took that shit to Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. Like, I remember the videos.
I call it Twitter. I don't call it X.
Yeah, I remember the videos he used to post on X about it. I'm like, God damn, bro, you really hate this man. So
he took a picture with Jack
exactly like that level of. I think about it. That level of beef made the story so much better, in my opinion, at least. So I'm really excited for the fact that Triple H knows how to use this stuff, and even if it's not him, or someone going, "You need to do this with Triple H," yeah, that's a good call. Like that's good, and we haven't gotten to it yet, but it also bleeds down to the talent into NXT. Because that is a very young generation who has lived almost exclusively on X. Before the event started, before anything started, that was what they know. So a lot of times they're one of the people that push that kind of system on. And I can tell you right now, God bless her. Kaden, that woman live on TikTok with those random ones she puts out. So Kaden Cross, yeah. So
the ones she puts out with Damian.
You mean the one when she bothering that man? Yes.
Trying to hug me, like mention her.
She's just vibing. He's just like, what the fuck?
But like stuff like that makes and the stuff it's a double-edged sword. Stuff like that makes you think you know these wrestlers, But at the same time, it's obviously people get a little too familiar sometimes. But truth be told, that level of access to people that Vince would never do is pretty much why this product is getting so much headway. Because I remember when Athena left WWE and picked a fight with Jade when she was in AEW, and that beef started before she even came to AEW and ROH. So I think they're, like you said, they're knowing how to manipulate social media to make it work. Now there are people out there who don't know kayfabe still exists, and sometimes they need to be yelled at. And I'm like, that's fine, but honestly, I enjoy the hell out of it because this.
just don't get Jim Cornette involved in that one. I tell you that.
Don't. So, honestly, Caden Cross and Damian, people think they're hooking up because of the fact that she puts them in TikTok videos all the time.
I'm sure they are. They have to be. You're not together that much unless you're slamming. Come on, let's be real. They are fucking slamming for sure. That's what Bad Blood really did. I think the best thing about it was this was an interesting take because a lot of these beefs, if you think about it, have bled out onto social media in their storytelling, and it's not which enhances the storytelling. Like Liv and Rhea beefing online, Rhea calling it sloppy seconds, Selena who jumped in there and called it sloppy seconds, Drew and Punk we just talked about, but Kevin Owens. Him and his complaints, Cody. But so that's the thing I enjoy because even quote unquote the internet exclusive stuff that they put out, I think goes a long way to making them a little more appealing to the casual fan who may have liked wrestling in the 90s but got turned off from the Attitude Era. I'm seeing Bad Blood for an interesting look for when Netflix comes into play.
Okay, all right.
Debo.
I know. I'm not seeing my game. Please, we need that win.
Debo.
Debo. De Niro's already happy. His New York Mets already made it to the fucking national.
70 yards.
LFGM. Let's go Mets.
Yes, I'm waiting for my Dodgers tomorrow. Mets. Hopefully, we'll talk when we get Dodgers and Mets. That's for sure.
My bad. But, you catch a big play out of the corner of the eye. It's.
Yeah, I know. But go ahead, Bobby. Take it away.
Oh man, they both Pepsi, Phil, and De Niro have said so much greatness in everything that they said. Bad Blood. All right, so usually you see a bunch of positivity come out of me. I guess tonight you're going to see a bunch of negativity come out of me because I'm going to dog AEW like I'm going to do in a little bit. I'm going to dog WWE. I'm over 5 matches, man. I'm fucking over it. If these are the 5 matches that you're going to fucking put on a fucking 5-match PLE, listen, I'm not the biggest fan of JD from New York, but he said it best, all right? If you're fucking doing 5 fucking matches, make them fucking premium. What is premium about this, okay? And they had a really good chance to make it premium. Damian and Finn, they could have been given 25 minutes of excellence, okay? And they could have fucking showed why they were on a premium live event instead of being a match on Raw. Instead, you got Finn hitting 3 coup de grace, a 3-on-1 on Damian Priest. But yeah, out of nowhere, Damian Priest is just going to fucking put this man down. And again, cool. Love Priest. Build him back up. I love everything they've done with Priest over the last 18 months. I love everything he's done with himself over the last 3 years. But at the end of the day, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was it? It was 12 minutes of the Judgment Day whooping Priest's ass for him just to get the win? That's weak, man. And at the same time, I mean, no disrespect to Nia or Bayley. That match is weak as fuck, too. They should have put Naomi in a triple threat, and they should have added more substance to it. We've seen this already. So you mean 1 of 5, right? 1 of 5. Was that 1 of 5 worthy? Did Tiffany fucking get her cash in? Was she successful? Did we get anything out of that match? Or was it just Nia moves on, we get Nia and Tiffany down the road? That's really all I saw out of it. And again, the match was fine. They're fine. I love Nia. She's done a great job since she's been back. Bayley, come on. I love Bayley. I love Bayley. Tiffany, they're telling her story, but come on, man. 1 of 5. 1 of 5. And how much time did that match get? 12 minutes? So 1 of 5, and you got 2 matches that are getting 12 minutes apiece at most. That's weak, man. That's fucking really fucking weak to me. And it doesn't matter how good the matches were, because that Priest and Balor match, even though it was only 12 minutes, was a really good match. It was very fun. Nia and Bayley was very fun. It's just a matter of premium live event. You got Gunther and Sami Zayn throwing down on Raw for the world fucking title. Gunther and Sami Zayn for the world title isn't good enough to get on your PLE.
Good enough for Mania, but not Bad Blood.
Right. Bronson Reed and Braun Strowman have had a feud over the last 6 weeks that have us, Justin, running through walls on walls on walls on walls, all right? And that match isn't worthy. The last fucking monster standing isn't worthy of a premium live event spot. And listen, I didn't even think anything of it, but JD said it. Sheamus and Pete Dunne, they've been telling the story. That deserves a fucking spot. Even if maybe Kairi Sane's hurt, so you couldn't do Kabuki versus Bianca and Jade. What's up, Nick? Hope you're having a good night,
Universal himself.
But you could have done Kabuki and Jade and Bianca on this PLE instead of Bayley and Nia. Like, I don't know, man. 5 is rough. 5 is rough. It's real rough. Now I'm curious to see with Saudi coming up, if they still stick to 5 or if they move to 7, or like what the plan is with Saudi going on.
So I actually thought about what you said. You're absolutely right about that. And the only thing I can say why, like you said, we got Gunther, Sammy, all of them on regular television. I think we just see how they're going to plan the programming for Netflix.
Yeah.
Because right now it seems like they're trying to prove that they can have quote unquote PLE style matches on a regular show to maintain the momentum of the shows. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand you're absolutely right, but I feel like see, somebody gonna get called out someday. I'm gonna find you, Nick.
Hello, you're an attorney at law.
So I think I feel like they're programming the shows so that when you go to Netflix, those are the type of shows you'll see on Netflix. Because honestly, when I saw those matches, I'm like, why is this not on the PLE? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, when you have a match where you physically throw a human being as part of the match run, like seriously, like that is still like I've only seen that done one other time.
Yo, Pepsi Phil, you are spot on. And we're going to get better Raws going forward. We're going to get better SmackDowns going forward. And I'm all for that. But listen, I feel like I'm going to just tally on my point even more right now. Because if we're going to get such good Raws and SmackDowns, then you better elevate the premium live motherfucking event. All right? You better elevate that PLE, okay? It's like we rag on AEW constantly, week in and week out, about their weekly episodic television. But what does AEW do constantly? They deliver a banger pay-per-view. It doesn't matter if there's no stories behind it.
That's
like, yo, this coming show, we're going to talk about this show. I'm not excited for it, but I'm sure it's going to be fucking great. But it's because he did a shitty job fucking booking it. If only we could, like, mix the two fucking together. But I digress. I'm gonna keep fucking moving forward. I want to bitch just a little bit, so I'm gonna dog them. I wanted to dog them. But the show was fun. The Liv and Rhea stuff, we're out of control. This is out of control. It's too much at this fucking point. All right, listen. If we're gonna have Judgment Day interfering in fucking this match, we don't need Judgment Day interfering in this match. And we all said it on the show last week that Raquel was. Yes, I digress, Nick. I fucking digress, dude. And that's why I'm moving. But if we're gonna have this Raquel coming back, which I was all for, this is just sloppy, dude. The match was fucking sloppy. Liv and Rhea are so good that we don't need the sloppiness. And everything that they've done with each other has been nothing but interference and sloppiness, man. Like, I would prefer just them to get they should have been in a Hell in a Cell, for fucking Christ's sake. They should have had a women's Hell in a Cell. We should have had a men's Hell in a Cell. Like, that's how it should have been. Like, that match was sloppy, dude. So now we're at 3 matches I'm fucking complaining about out of fucking 5, dude. What is up, Dom? Hope you're having a good night. He is. And then the main event. The main event was orgasmic. All right. The match was fucking a banger. My only complaint with the fucking main event, Jimmy coming back was so hot. All right. Like, Jimmy's return. Like, I kept saying, like, how, like, weak Jimmy. Like, if Jimmy was the only return, it would be weak. I
you son of a bitch.
Like he knew The Rock was fucking coming back. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But Jimmy's return and the way he did it with Roman acting so smooth, like Roman told the fucking story because Roman is God, all right? Roman the way he told the story to Jimmy, like, you're here for me, you're helping me, you called the play, you quarterback this, you did this, all right. And like the big hug, the super kicks, and then Jimmy saying, yes, Oos, let's go save Cody, let's fucking go. Amazing. And then The Rock had a return. Otherwise, it would have been a fucking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not done, Nick. I'm not done. All right. You're always trying to short us. But
No, let this man rant.
Like Regal, he gonna go over.
I'm going over my time. All right.
We don't have a here, man. Right here, we don't have
I'm going
a time.
over my time. But The Rock coming out made it super special because again, a lot of people think we're gonna go Rock Roman. A lot of people want to go Rock Cody. Where we're gonna go, I don't know. A triple threat would be cool. I personally think we need to go Rock Roman. The Rock Cody is nothing. It does literally nothing for me. The Rock being world champ at the time, but the main event started the show. That match was maybe top 5 Hell in a Cell matches I've ever seen in my life. Maybe top 3 Hell in a Cell matches I've ever fucking seen. Yep. My God, that match. All the blood. We wanted that match just juicing blood all over the place. We got juicy blood. It was fan-fucking-tastic, dude. Love that match. CM Punk winning. I don't know where he goes from here. I don't want him in the world title picture yet. I think it's a waste, but I guess a lot of people do. Casuals want it, so fuck it. Let's go. Punk, go to Survivor Series. Sign me up. Where does Drew McIntyre go from here? I don't know. But man, way to take one for the industry, Drew. Way to take one for the industry.
KGP, what's going on, brother? Thank you for
Nick, now I'm done. Now I'm done.
All right. Redeemer, the floor is yours, my brother.
So, the night we watched the show, I said I enjoyed it for the most part, and I did actually still enjoy it. But I'm starting to. I look back at it and I go, the show kind of was middle of the road for the most part. It was kind of a 2-match card by the looks of it. Like, first off, Hell in a Cell kicking off the show absolutely should have just been the main event because that was fucking match of the night, hands down. Like, Punk and Drew, that feud was fucking incredible. This is how you're supposed to do Hell in a Cell. This is your ender. It is how you do it. And I love how Punk literally said, I want to go out there and I want to make Hell in a Cell be what it used to be. I want it to feel like it used to be. And I'm like, that's literally what they did. They literally both went out there and did exactly that. They made Hell in a Cell feel like it used to be back in the day. And I fucking applaud those two. 1,000%. But I'm not going to tell you that should not have been the main event because it should have been. Hands down. Those two fucking killed it. I felt bad for Bayley and Nia having to follow that. Hands down, because anybody that was going to be in that position following that matchup was going to freaking be like, oh boy, this is going to be the come down match. Bayley and Nia was pretty sloppy at points. It was rough at times. And then like you could tell even the crowd was just waiting. They were like, let's just get Tiffany out there. Let's have her cash in. That's what we're waiting for. And all it was another fucking tease of just her looking like kind of a chump in the process. And I don't get why we have to keep going down this same stupid fucking trend with the Money in the Bank holder where it's like, you got to look freaking weak. You got to look super weak. So that way when you win the championship, everyone goes, wow, they did it. Like, I don't understand why we have to keep that whole route. Like, Money in the Bank holders need to be like refreshed. Something needs to be done differently there.
Are we just over the Money in the Bank though? Because I feel like it's been so many years. Like, should we just nix this shit?
I feel like yes and no.
No, I'm actually on the part of no. I think the thing with this particular Money in the Bank is that honestly, Tiffany Stratton's in a weird place because remember, technically, she's a heel. Everyone's rooting for her, but she's a heel. If she's going to become a face, it has to be something important. It has to be a good impact. You can't be a heel that everyone's rooting for to win. Like, that's not a heel. That's a face.
That was exactly what I was going to say, KPG. You took it. Good. Yes.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Like,
what
like I said, right now, having her being bullied when she does finally do the turn, that makes it for me. I think that's what makes it basically just Nia and her best friend. And Nia is a heel, so what are you going to do? Root for heel best friend? So so that's the thing. Unless she has to make it. It feels like they want her to turn face, and her cashing in the Money in the Bank will be either that moment or the moment before.
I'm gonna save myself until Redeemer's finished, then I'll let you know what I have to say about that.
Okay.
Redeemer,
So Balor and Priest having to follow right in the middle there was just it felt like a Raw match. I knew those two could put on a hell of a match, but watching the two of them in there, it felt like they could have just done this on Raw. And I hate saying that because I get that I'm gonna even clump in the Rhea and Liv stuff, and I feel like the issue with this, because even that match itself was very iffy in its own right. That was kind of sloppy, like TK was saying. It was kind of sloppy at points as well. And you could tell even the crowd's kind of getting out of it because it's like Judgment Day is still on that same exact trope of just having these super long, fucking dragged out feuds where they're always the same thing. It's just how many times can we get Judgment Day interference? It's just constantly rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. And it needs
What does it
to
remind you of? It needs to
exactly
the bloodline.
Yeah, but the bloodline was better because Roman Reigns and the Usos are better than anything in the Judgment Day.
Yeah, but it was still the same thing, TK.
But
It's like the Christian Cage storylines in AEW. They just drag and drag and drag. It's same thing with Jericho storylines.
Yep.
I mean,
it's crazy. You could feel like the crowd is kind of getting tired of it, and it just feels like the same thing over and over again. I feel like it sucks because they kind of made Raquel look stupid by having her interfere. The ref fucking see it, and then her throwing Liv on top of freaking Rhea when clearly the DQ was called. They made her look dumb. The crowd didn't barely even react to her because they didn't know who the fuck she was. She's because I feel kind of the same. Judgment Day just keeps going and going and going, and their feuds just feel like they're getting drug out. Finn should have won this. If you're going to keep that whole entire thing going, Finn should have beaten Priest. I think Liv retaining the title was the right call. I just didn't think they need to make Raquel look stupid in the process of that. But Finn absolutely should have beaten Priest because now that just made Finn what was the point of for weeks all of Judgment Day beating up Damian Priest for him to have this moment be like, well, I can conquer them all, I can beat them all. What sense did any of that make? Finn should have won that to keep the feud going. That way, even then, Priest in a loss will now continue to get over more from the crowd. He's chasing to shut down Judgment Day. People are going to be behind him for that. So I don't know why they didn't just have Finn go over in this situation. Main event was awesome. It was awesome. Jimmy coming back, loved it. I just felt like Rock overshadowed the entire fucking thing of Jimmy coming back and everything else because let's just have Rock come out there.
That's what he does. He stole fucking punks.
I know.
And again, how many times
That's some bullshit.
Kill this man's fucking main event? Come on.
I know, and I felt bad for Cody in that situation too because again, he felt like he got overshadowed here because this whole freaking thing was just Roman's coming back. We need to freaking make him look good, and that was about it. And I feel like Pepsi feels right. Cody's going to be kind of pushed to the side in this whole situation just so we could focus on Roman.
I mean, just said it best. Cody is the side chick.
Yep. And it sucks. It's going to suck big time to see that happen because that's your WWE champion.
Yeah.
If you're not putting any focus on him for somebody who's not even technically there, Cody's just in this feud at this point to basically be like, I need to help Roman. I need to get this done. And then I need to get the fuck out. Now he's got the Kevin Owens stuff, which again, I will get to that in a minute. It's just, we get where he's in this situation. I want him to just get to Rock, go through it, and get it over with so Rock and Roman can have their match at Mania. That needs to be the Mania match because I'm at the point where this bloodline stuff cannot keep going. What else fucking shit can you keep going with this at this point? There's no more.
I mean, we got
Brock and Roman is the end game. Get to the end game this year.
We got
like literally next year.
We got Hikuleo still floating around.
You know,
Yeah, we still don't even know what the hell's going to happen with him.
Fucking solo team. Rock ain't wrestling at Survivor Series. Rock is not wrestling at Survivor Series.
Yeah, no way.
Will be on Team Solo, aka Team Rock, 100%.
But
yeah, I can't see The Rock stepping into War Games.
Yeah,
Not at
no.
all.
I'm ready. I'm ready for them to move on from that. With the Kevin Owens stuff, I was very confused as to why they would do it all like completely off screen, like off air on a Twitter video. But you know what? The way they're using it and not even like talking about it, like the way they like Monday Night Raw, they try to talk about it on commentary, and Joe Tessitore shut down Wade Barrett before he even got the chance to do it. So I'm like, so they are kind of playing into it, but like it's not just acting like it's not happened yet, which I like that. It's kind of good about that. So I don't hate it I'm not as confused about it as I was the night it happened. So all in all, I thought Bad Blood was solid for the most part. There was just a few bumps in the road for it.
So, the interesting thing I want to touch on is Jimmy Uso. So I will freely admit that honestly, the entire storyline up until Mania 41 or Mania 41 was main event Jey Uso. But I think this part right here, the one where he saves Roman, proves something that I think a lot of people did not pay attention to. As much as they love the Bloodline, in the original Bloodline, Jimmy Uso is the heart of that team.
Yes.
Jimmy Uso, like, think about it. He has always put himself in a place where he is like, I'm doing it for the family.
That's true.
In my head, I kind of see Jimmy. I see him becoming the head of the table. I actually see there's a storyline where he basically, Roman goes, I can't be head of the table because I fucked it up last time. But Jimmy Uso, who has come in clutch several times trying to keep that family together, could be the head of the table. So that is a storyline that probably won't happen. But I think Jimmy Uso has done something where Jey Uso has kind of like breaked out in the main event. But I think Jimmy has managed to carve himself a niche where it's like he the one you go to. He is the Clemenza of the Bloodline. And I'm kind of excited about it because I think Redeemer, you touched on this where he basically goes, it was you, or maybe Banger, it was you, like you played, this was your call. Or when like Cody was getting jumped, Jimmy's the one that goes, we should go help him, but I'm with you. Whatever you want to do, I'll do. So there, like I said, that storyline right there, I find most compelling. Like
it was Jimmy. Jimmy put it on the table and said, "Okay, do you want to sit at this table and say, let's go help Cody? Here you go."
Yeah, exactly. So he wasn't saying we have to. It's like we probably should, but it's your call. So yeah, in my head, Jimmy becomes head of the table outside of Solo, outside of Roman, outside of Roman.
Fair.
Yes.
All right. I mean, I enjoyed it. It wasn't, of course, it was botches in this event. All of you guys know that I just nothing much I can really add to what all of you say. I mean, for me, yes, one thing for sure, match of the night, Punk and Drew. They brought back what the definition of a Hell of a Cell is supposed to be. Just reminding me of how it was with Shawn Michaels Undertaker, the first ever Hell in a Cell. It reminds me of that type of this situation because it was like, damn, these guys really took it all away. And for him to take that fucking toolbox and got 16 stitches out of another dimension, yeah, it's bad. I praise these two gentlemen. They did a fantastic, really fantastic storytelling for sure. Shout out to Abyss for producing this matchup as well, because this man produced it alongside with these two other individuals, and they did an incredible job of getting this storytelling. And I'm glad that now this is over. We'll get into Raw and SmackDown in a few minutes. Everything else was great. I enjoyed. See Raquel, I agree. There should have been a different way for her to come make her appearance, like how Jimmy did in the end. Maybe that could have been the same, but they didn't want to make it similar to it or the same thing, so that's why they kind of did it differently. I know there was a bunch of botches in the women's side and also in the men's side too. I kind of got to disregard them too. But it just, I get it. It was a fast. I wouldn't say fast, but it was just they were in a moment that they were stuck. That I feel that goes likewise with Bailey and Nia Jax because it's kind of the same situation there. Botches moves that occurred there that I was like, oh, it's still Bailey took it. How? Like there was botch there. But other than that, I mean, I know everybody's tired. I'm tired of it too. But we know where this story is going with the bloodline, which I will save that when we talked about Raw and SmackDown. But I wasn't surprised. Was I like, oh my god, it's The Rock? Nah. Now here comes Thanos. Here we go. Yep. Yeah, I know you were.
Oh shit, The Rock.
I know you were. I'm like, oh my god, Thanos. We know where it's gonna go with. I mean, come on. Somebody filled on social media on Soto Sokola saying it's part of the plan, which I know is all bullshit. We know the storytelling, kayfabe or not, but we know there is part of a plan towards this. So we already know where this is going to, and I get it. We're all kind of fed up with it. Do I feel that Cody's put aside in the situation? Yes or no? That's why I'm hoping with the Kevin will turn differently and away from the situation and have them deal with it. Because the party deal is already done. Let that happen again down the line later, how you guys mentioned. Maybe a Rumble or heading into Mania. That's fine. Because if you continue to have Cody here in this story, then yes, that championship belt and his reign will be dying out more than what it is currently now with him being involved in the storyline. Because then we can't see him like a world fighting champion, which he has been. So I'm not disregarding Cody's title reign. It's just our fear is, as fans, for him as being world champion, is going to die out because of this story that he's in. That he shouldn't be in the story because, all right, you already beat him. So what else do you want to do? Now you're going to have to face the final boss. So yeah, let that story come down later. While these guys are fighting each other, who wants to get to you? The one at the top of the mountain. That should be Cody Rhodes. These guys should be the bottom, fighting to get to the top of the mountain. So, which, like I said, I'll talk about that. Now with okay, I'm gonna say because I'll save myself for Tiffany Stratton. Now, that you know what that story reminds me of, and I know I shouldn't compare it. I know.
Do it.
It's a straight the same similarity as Toni Storm and Mariah. The same shit. The difference here is, of course, that she's being bullied by Nia Jax, but she's trying to be her best friend. Then towards the end, while I get it, that it's annoying for her to be like, come on, catch it. Oh my God. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't. I know it's annoying, but it's going to come to that pressure point when you push that button. She's like, fuck this. I'm catching it. Fuck this bitch. And then there you go. She wins the championship. They're trying to make her to be that face, winning over the crowd. It's going to take time. And keep in mind, we're in an era right now, a new era here of culture, as I mean, that for women to get more invested on Tiffany Stratton. Because, come on, the gimmick, Tiffany time, like kind of like your bi-weekend type of style shit. So, there you go. Have her to get the female audiences to get attracted to her and then back her up and her maybe win the championship down the line. Maybe cash it in. We don't know by when, though. So I get it why they're pushing her that way, even though she's a heel, but for her to win over the crowd, which she's winning by the crowd little by little. It's getting there. If we pay attention to it, the crowd is getting really, oh my God. But the biggest question I know we all have is what's going to be now the aftermath? Like, how is it going to now be? Will there still be support? Will there still be, audiences 10 feet? We don't know that yet until it happens. So I'm not even going to get to that until when it happens. With the Judgment Day situation, I said it before, and I continue to say it, and I'm going to back it up, that it's when Raquel added was a great move. Yes, I know what I mentioned earlier, Redeemer. This reminds me of House of Torture, New Japan, straight out. That's what it is. It's fucking House of Torture. That's just what it is, but they have females in this situation, which is fine. It's cool. I know it's annoying too because, and I KGP mentioned on the chat that they should focus on tag team. We're gonna get to that. I'll tell you that. But what Raquel added to this now guess who's really gonna add? I said it again, and I'm gonna keep saying it. The last person who really lost on Raw and hasn't come back because remember she lost his belt at what is it? Was it King of the Ring? King and Queen of the Ring. She's gonna come back, team up with Rhea, and that is Becky Lynch. And that's where you're going to have your tag team matchup there. And then from there, you're going to have Rhea focus on Raquel, Becky getting her rematch clause that she never got because she lost. I mean, she did actually. She lost the cage match, but she's going to try to go after them again. Then after that, you got to get a little more. I mean, Rhea Ripley come back, get involved, or unless they make a fatal 4-way for the belt. We don't know. That could be happening down the line.
Okay.
That's fucking fire, Poppy. Never thought about Becky coming back. Yo, that's hot, Poppy. That's hot.
No, you're.
Oh, I'll strip for you right now. No, my bad.
Mr. Steal Your Girlfriend again.
It's Trigger Tim.
Now, the biggest question here is what we're seeing. We'll get this. Combine both basically. So for me, for Raw, we saw the aftermath. We saw the Punk and Rollins situation, and I'm gonna just get this out of the way, my chest out of the way. So like with the Punk and Rollins, look, I know people are like, "Come on, we're seeing this again." Like, no, you know what? I like this. I want to see what Punk's went through. Drew McIntyre 3 different matches. I wouldn't mind seeing Rollins to get these 3 different matches with Bronson Reed. And why? Because Bronson Reed deserves to get that push. Because, and I'm going to say it again, I'm going to continue to back up Bronson Reed here. He did a fucking fantastic job when he was in New Japan on the G1 with Okada. And he got his rematch with Okada because Okada wanted that. Hell no, I want my rematch. I lost legitimately to this match, to this man. I want my rematch. It's going to be the same with Rollins. Save up was Punk and Rollins down the line later. Have Rollins focus on that. Have Punk just being aside, okay, watching this matchup. Maybe he'll have like a couple of, singles matches here and there on Raw. That's fine. Then later on down the line, maybe a little more contendership. Because I'm right what TK said earlier. I don't want neither of these 2 guys to go for the belt right now. They should focus really, get those teasers we've been having, save it then for next year's Mania. Fuck it. Let it delay. But make it more of a teaser between those 2. At the same time, have those 2 talents build up other talents in that roster of Raw, like how Bronson Reed and Seth Rollins. I like how Bronson tweeted, "Yeah, I'm coming for you." There you go. Let's go. That's what I want to see. Do I want to see Rollins lose? Yes, I do. Let him lose more out of those 3 matches against Bronson Reed. But I guarantee it won't be a fucking disappointing matches. They're going to be storytelling at best. That's for sure. Because he's going to aim for his injury. I know that. You can just tell. If he could go with that story with that, perfect. With Xavier Woods, I already see he's going heel. It's going to happen. He's going to go heel. The only way for this to save this situation is if Big E comes back and calms the situation down. But that's when we all could be like, oh my God, maybe this could be a turn. Maybe this could be, Xavier saying, fuck all this. I don't want to be none of that. You go to his own. Maybe so. But at least it gets the story. It gets the story intriguing. Braun Breaker saw that happening. I saw it coming. We knew it was fucking happening. Yeah, yay! Nope. I want my rematch. Saw that happen. It was for sure. Sammy Gunther, great matchup. Sammy, great. It was just a great main event. Those guys are really killing. I gotta give it to them. That's for sure. So I really gotta give it to those 2 gentlemen, and hopefully Sammy's deterioration doesn't die out and continues. So we'll see what happens with that. Preview for SmackDown for me is we'll see what happens with the Kevin Owens situation. Are we going to get a why? Why did you do this? Why everything else? Where we going to get Cody? Fine. Let that be. If that could be a Survivor Series matchup, keep him away from the War Games of the Bloodline, do that. I'd rather keep it that way. And like how Tim said earlier, The Rock will have his Team Rock, and it's going to be Hikuleo taking his place. The Rock's going to be sitting in that cage watching Hikuleo taking his place versus Roman and Jey Uso. But we're going to see them try to get at Jimmy Uso and Roman. Don't be surprised they're going to come after Jay. We need you back, man. Sammy, we need you back. Get the OG Bloodline versus the new Bloodline. It's going to happen, but keep Cody away from him because he doesn't need that right now. You give it to him later. Let these fight for that top of the mountain who wants that title. Let them fight that. Because if you have Cody in that situation, like all of you guys even mentioned Redeemer as well, it's going to die out his title. Because it's going to be secondary, then more than Bloodline is always going to be the top. And I hope that Mania 41 ends it there completely, have everybody go their separate ways. Because it needs to. They need to fucking do it. Because the more you keep it that way, it's going to fucking die out. That's what I see here. So, LA Knight, I'm happy that he's getting, and I hope that they do make this matchup, triple threat match. Give me Andrade, Carmelo, and LA Knight for that belt. They're trying to, at least we got these 3. They're making this fucking title something. I give me that triple threat. I guarantee you it's not gonna disappoint. It's gonna really be a banger. And
that's another match you could put on Bad Blood too.
Oh fuck yeah, they could have. They could have done that too. And yeah, they need to. I hope once they move to Netflix, they really fix all of that. You know, it's too late to do it now because we're close to the end of the year. Fuck it. I mean, I'm not saying it's too late like that, but meaning that just go with it. Fuck it. Just you have your story written, finish it, and next year start afresh, adding premium preview matches, 2 or 3, 8 matches at least on every pay-per-view. You know, at least that, not just 5, 8 at least. 2 pre-shows, add 1 into 6 of them. Fuck it. At least that. You know, depending what the story's being told. I mean, that's pretty much what it is. And the Crown Jewel thing, I'd rather save that when we get to Crown Jewel. Love the belt, but do I need to get into that? And I'm like, we got to wait to see. Even though it's like 3 weeks away, but we still got 2 more Raws and 2 more SmackDowns to see how this is gonna end. So we'll see. I don't know. I that's why I don't even touch the Crown Jewel, because I'd rather see what we're just gonna. This is the first year without Vince. I'm not gonna say his name. Fucking Pop McNugget. To see where how this shit's gonna go without him. Now that he's normally will be like, yeah, whatever they say, they're giving the money. Fuck it. Now it's more like Ariel and fucking Pop H and Nick Khan. Hold on, guys. Let's do it this way. Hopefully so. We don't know. That could be the case here. But that's what I see the preview for SmackDown. Love Raw. I can't wait to see what's gonna happen next. At least just building up these stories on, especially for SmackDown, because they needed that. That Kevin Owens situation, they kind of needed that happening, because now a Redeemer could fucking redeem. He can vouch for that. SmackDown was kind of getting there, but it was kind of dying out. Yes. So let's hope that it goes that direction. So I mean, De Niro, the floor is yours, brother.
Yeah, man. I mean, you said it all. I agree with everything you said. Raw was a very good show. I feel like Raw was able to. I mean, I wouldn't say really good. I do think that it being the first 2-hour Raw, there was some pacing issues, and I do feel like it's going to be a little bit of a work in progress to get back to that 2-hour format that they had. Because, yeah, if you look at it, there was a lot of things that were on this Raw that seemed very rushed. You know, Rhea was. I don't even think Rhea was on here. You had Liv and Dom and Raquel show up, say a couple words, and then go right back into the car and leave, which was stupid as fuck.
Right? You just came and say hi and then bye. Like, what the fuck was that?
They could have sent a video from the fucking hotel room. Like, the fuck you driving into the thing,
or be at the restaurant, chilling, having
word. Yeah, if they shot that at McDonald's while Dom is in the back dipping nuggets in some fucking like, come on, man. Come on.
Yeah.
What kind of shit is that?
It would have been fire. But the matches though on Raw, the God, I forgot what they call it, the Donnybrook match, right?
There you go. Yep.
With Sheamus and Pete Dunne. Amazing matchup. These two guys killed each other 100%. They destroyed each other. And that main event with Sami Zayn and Gunther was a hell of a matchup. Like Tim said, 100% that could have been on Bad Blood. That is a world title matchup. It felt like a world title matchup. Had that big fight feel, especially knowing that the last time Gunther lost was at WrestleMania to Sami Zayn. That could have been on the pay-per-view or the PLE 100%. But I understand they needed a big match for Raw. But I don't know. I just feel like this was a weird Raw. This was just a weird week for wrestling, I think, right? And unfortunately, I have to leave in a couple minutes, right? But I just want to say, like, overall, a lot of the shows that happened this week, including Raw, just felt like there was pacing issues. I don't know if it was just me, but there was like pacing issues all around the board. You know, you had Raw with issues. I think NXT probably had the best pacing of any show this week. But besides that, yeah, I think that it's going to take a little bit for Raw to get back to that 2-hour format, because it felt like they had 3 hours of shit that they tried to jam pack on a 2-hour show. For SmackDown, I'm excited to see where they go with this. I'm excited to see where they insert Kevin Owens. And I think especially with Kevin Owens attacking Cody Rhodes, that's how we're going to take Cody Rhodes away from the Bloodline story. So we are going to get the Civil War. I would love if we do get the Civil War at the War Games match. But if you look at it, November is already around the corner. And I just feel like adding Jey Uso to that matchup at this point is going to be rushed. Yep. I feel like if Jey Uso shouldn't just forgive Roman Reigns. He shouldn't just forgive his brother. It should have been a long saga of already trying to talk to him. Maybe you see Jey Uso on Raw and getting a phone call is like, oh shit, it's Jay. And you're like, nah, man, I don't got time for this right now. Just to say, like, look, we're trying to build up to Jey Uso eventually giving them his forgiveness, which they need to earn. It shouldn't just be like, oh, you're a babyface now? You're a babyface like me? Cool, let's rejoin the bloodline. No, these guys screwed over Jay. They screwed over Sammy. And we're just expecting people to just forget that and he's going to forgive all because Roman's a good guy now. Makes no sense. I feel like Roman Reigns should be on his knees begging Jey Uso to forgive him and to, at least give him another chance, give the family another chance. This is family business. You're still a part of this family. There's none of that. So what? We're going to wait till last week and all of a sudden Jey Uso is going to show up on SmackDown and be like, I'm the fifth man. I don't know. I just feel like it's going to be really rushed. But nonetheless, whether it's rushed or not, I still think that you have to have that bloodline versus bloodline match. I don't think, because there was people who were saying, oh, it's going to be DIY in that matchup or the Street Profits in that matchup. It's not the same impact unless you have OG bloodline versus the new bloodline. Yep. And especially like you said too, I don't see The Rock in the matchup, but I definitely think that The Rock has been pulling the strings all this time. I said it here in the past. I said on Delorean, The Rock is the man who appointed Solo Sikoa. It's not Solo Sikoa just stepping up. The Rock is the final boss. And also, I wanted to say one more thing about Bad Blood, because I know there's a lot of talk that The Rock's return overshadowed the matchup, overshadowed Jimmy and all that. But that was The Rock's whole gimmick as the final boss. He was talking about being on the board and being the boss. And he talked about how like the buck stops with him. So if his whole gimmick is the world of WWE revolves around him, then he should be overshadowing people because that's what his gimmick is at the moment. So I like what they're doing. I think that's going to be very interesting where they insert The Rock. I'm going to SmackDown on the 25th in Brooklyn. The Rock better be there. Stop it.
Well, you know what? You made a good point. I wanted to add what you said. You made a good point about with the whole how are you going to get Jey Uso to come back. What they should have done. This is me. I don't know if all of you guys are the same. Unless if they would have inputted within that, story of Jey Uso going for the Intercontinental, him and people asked him, "How's Jimmy?" And talk to him. No. And then let's say Jimmy comes in the crutch and say, "Hey, just couldn't see what you best of luck and everything we're doing here." Type of shit. Like, what are you doing here? Like, I don't want nothing to do with you. I just came to wish you luck, and I want to say I'm sorry. If it started that way, then maybe you're on point with okay. Then he's gonna say, "Come on, meet you back," type of style, and the same with Sammy, right? But they didn't add that. So,
up in 2 weeks, Jey Uso was still dissing the bloodline when he was telling his promo about how I was just a twin and I had to overcome my own family to get to this point now. It's like you still were talking shit about the bloodline. It's not like he saw any, forgiveness in his words. So I don't know how they're going to rush that.
Well, keep in mind, they don't have to actually rush it. They can really have a situation where Jimmy helps them out of self-interest. And like they do a win while everybody's celebrating, Jay just gets up and walks away from him.
That could be the case, unless
he doesn't need to actually be a member of the bloodline to actually help the bloodline. He could just go, I'm on one time. I'm only doing this one time for you. And
unless, and I apologize for interrupting, but unless they decide to attack Jey Uso because the final boss decides, you know what, let's get their attention and attack their fucking family, our other blood, even though it has nothing to do with it. And then that's when he could just say, it's a one-time thing. I'm not here because I love y'all.
Yeah.
Maybe we could do it that way. So maybe,
I could see them attacking Jey Uso like on a Raw match and say, "Hey, you think you're above the family business? You think you're above the family drama?" Like, so I could see them doing it that way. I just feel like it should have been a long story, a couple month story of them trying to earn back Jey Uso's forgiveness or earn back Jey Uso to that spot. Because like I said, if anybody got screwed over the most in that family, they were screwing Jey Uso the most. You can't just expect them to all of a sudden be like, "Oh, well, you're a baby face like me. I'm going to be on your team now." Fuck that. You should be asking for his forgiveness, calling him. It takes 2 seconds. Have him on Raw, have his phone ring and be like, "Oh shit, why is he calling? You know what? I don't got time for that right now. I got a match to do." Like, show some signs that there is at least steps to go in that direction. Because like I said, War Games is what, 4 weeks away?
About to,
You're going to hotshot Jey Uso going back to the bloodline, and that's it. Like, I do feel like they needed to tell that story a little more. If that is the direction, we don't know. We don't know if that's the matchup at War Games. I hope it is. It has to be. I agree.
Now that KO turned, it has to be. There was some semblance of hope. Not hope, because no one wanted it. But there was some semblance of thought that it could have been KO and Orton with Roman, Jimmy, and Cody because of how, you know, team best friend be team best friend over there. But with KO turning, so you got 7 weeks. 7 weeks to figure it the fuck out. And they
November 30th is Survivor Series.
They got plenty enough time to figure that.
Oh yeah, I thought it was a little earlier.
But that's a long.
That is a long time.
You hit it, bro. They fuck Jay and they fuck Jay and they fuck Jay and they fuck Jay. It shouldn't be like, hey, one time you want to come back, Goose? No, it should be like, fuck you. I'm good. I'm main event Jay. It'll be when the bloodline costs him the Intercontinental title, how the story is going to work. But still, 7 weeks, I don't feel like 7 weeks is enough time. I'm with you, bro. It's not a lot of time, bro.
I think you got a chance to do it, though.
Yeah, I still feel the same. I still feel like there's a chance to it. It's just knowing how to really push it within those 7 weeks of how to storytell it. In order for that. So, I mean.
Truth be told, if I did it, I'm including social media into it.
Yeah.
I would have a shit ton of vignettes that's just online of like them at like the family reunion, like at Rikishi's house, just staring each other down.
I like
that. Either that, or just have it like, or just have Jay start watching like the screen backstage, and they're like showing the recap of what happened on SmackDown. He's just watching, like, oh shit.
Well, yeah, like remember the last time that they saw each other, they mean mugged Jay as they walked by him. I don't remember what PLE it was, but they saw him backstage. They fucking fucked, and they fucking went their own way.
Was that when Paul Heyman like went up to him and was like I forgot what he said, but I remember Paul Heyman had like some interaction with Jay.
Oh, he basically told him to run. He basically said,
honestly, De Niro, that might be the way that happens.
Heyman? Yeah, because I feel like Heyman is going to return before some Survivor Series.
But are we all in agreement that it's got to be at this point, though, the original bloodline, the OG three, and then it's got to be Cody and Sammy, right? Like, they got to be the
I got a better idea. What if you stick it to 4 on 4, though? Because this is an interesting take. This is an interesting take here that I've seen kind of floating around, and I kind of wouldn't be against it here. So think about what Solo Sikoa said a while back. Actions have consequences. Solo hasn't freaking won matches at all lately. What if Rock shuts him down, basically, has the new bloodline beat up Solo and kick him out? Then they bring in Hikuleo. Solo rejoins Roman and Jimmy, which then at that point, say you can have Jay watching backstage on Monday Night Raw, seeing everything go down where like the rest of the family's getting beaten up by this new bloodline. And all of a sudden, as he's sitting backstage, and all of a sudden he gets a phone call, lo and behold, it's fucking Paul Heyman telling him, listen, I'm coming back. The family's going to need you. Like, start planting that in there where freaking Jay's just like, can't take sitting back watching this no more. Heyman's here telling him, come back at this point.
I love that, but they're going to have that play out on Raw and SmackDown because, like Tim just said, 7 weeks is too quick to tell a story like that. That's a 6-month story, if you ask me.
Oh, now is the time. Like soon, like coming up in the few coming weeks, we need to start seeing Jay get more interaction with some kind of bloodline related stuff, whether it's watching freaking vignettes and recaps that happened on SmackDown.
Is the Rock even set to appear on the SmackDown?
No.
Right?
No.
The only way it's going to happen, guys, the only way it happens is at fucking Crown Jewel, and it's when the bloodline costs Jay the championship against Braun Breaker. It's the only way that the story gets fucking started, all right? It is what up, Dylan? What up, brother?
It's good, Dylan.
It's the only way you fucking facilitate that storyline. You have them in a neutral site, and they cost Jay his title. I mean, what else is more personal than that?
Oh, but you guys are right, though. I agree that 7 weeks is kind of short. It's a 50-50 on it, but you're right about saying about 6 months. What about if they do it, like, instead of, like, having a 4-on-4, let's say, make it a 2-on-2, choose your best two. Either Solo and Jacob Fatu again, the rematch possible. Well, not a rematch, basically, because you're replacing Cody with Jimmy. And then from there, that's when you have Hikuleo come down and they deteriorate, Roman and Jimmy Uso. then start building up heading into Mania. Then have the Bloodline night 1 for
That's
OG
true.
versus it. That they could do it that direction too, because the story could be extended to that point, being explained more in the Rumble, because they could eliminate each other from there. And let's say like The Rock decides to be in the Rumble. Let's say they all just do it for The Rock. Okay, go for it. It's going to be all your win. But no, let's say they cause him to lose that Rumble, and then that's how you start building it heading into Mania. For now, who takes the head of the table title? That title name, the head of the table at Mania for the family tree at night 1. Then night 2, whoever, let's say who gets the title shot against Cody, or make it a triple threat. Maybe so. Who knows? But I agree.
Yeah.
There's so many ways you can build the story.
Justin, did you say it last week or did you say it, Pepsi Phil? We're all so warped up on this Bloodline versus Bloodline War Games match that we forget that there's a monster story that's been going on Raw. And whether it's they go do an intergender fucking War Games match or you just do the dudes, there's a Judgment Day against fucking Damian, and you got Jay, and you got Rhea who can wrestle against the men, and you got fucking Sammy who's there. I don't know. I think it's going to be Bloodline, but you also got that Judgment Day story that's flirting with it too.
Yeah.
So maybe you're right. Maybe they do something different with the Bloodline and Survivor Series. It's not War Games. Who knows, man?
Maybe they had
What if
that
that's-
2-on-2 at. No, go ahead, Justin.
No, what if that's where we get Roman and Jacob 1-on-1?
I think everybody wants to see that. I can see that.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. But what if they do that 2-on-2 that Ivan was saying at Crown Jewel? What if they announce Roman and Jimmy versus Solo and Jacob, and then after that matchup, you have such a big beatdown, right? You have the new Bloodline beat down Jimmy and Roman, and it has to be more than just like boots to asses. It got to be like hard to watch the beatdown, and that's what makes Jay come out and say, you know what?
Honestly, that's when you introduce
that ass scenario. Spink that fucking ass.
Either that or do the thing where they cost him the IC title. Have him defend the title earlier in the night. Bloodline fucks him over, and that's when the beatdown happens. And then Jay just says, "Fuck this! I ain't waiting no longer. I'm out there."
Yeah. One story leads to another. Yeah.
Honestly, that'd be that actually because they'd cost him the belt. He would help them out of self-interest, but he wouldn't actually be like, he ain't Jimmy hugging Roman. He's just like, this was for me.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's a good time to introduce Hikuleo.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know what? You're right, because you nailed it there too, and you're right too, because at the same time, we normally see debuts or returns at fucking Crown Jewel. Like what happened last year? Who do we have returning? I don't know. Kyrie Singh.
Yeah,
he made her return. So I mean, it could be the sense here that he could love.
I honestly don't care about Crown Jewel, but I used to say Crown Jewel doesn't really affect storylines, but Triple H has like shifted the program to actually like have at least one thing that happens that makes it like more important. So yeah, if you want to like start your Bloodline storyline, that'd be the place to do it.
But the one thing I can say about that is just that the difference that Papa is doing with these events. He in those in betweens POEs of those major ones, he's inputting the stories heading into the main one.
Yeah.
That's a difference that he has from the other piece of shit McNugget, because he's just like, I'll just throw it, I don't care. No, right here he's like, this is what's gonna happen heading into this PLE. Because then that's how you get the audience invested, because that's when we want to see what is next coming up on the next pay-per-view, because this I love how he's doing that direction overall with all the stars on both brands. I think that's the best way to do it. But you guys know that the confidence of having Crown Jewel to be the one to input there to start the story heading into Survivor Series, then we could then heading from there into Rumble and then on to Mania. If they could extend it that long for 6 months, which it makes more sense, honestly, because it really, even though I get it, we're frustrated of the story, but let them within themselves kill each other and not involve the title. That's the one thing we want. We do not want to have the title to be involved in this situation. Have the title to be involved later down the line, because right now we're fighting champion.
Yeah, remember Roman Reigns everyone wanted Roman Reigns to lose that title towards the end of his title reign, and now everybody wants him to win the title again. Come on.
No.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
But I unfortunately have to go, and this sucks because damn it, I want to scorch earth with AEW, but I love you all, man. This has been great. I can't wait to come back on. I'll be available next week if I'm,
Yeah,
I would love to come back
Yep.
on and
Anytime,
let's do it.
brother. Anytime.
Let's do it. But
Yeah, bro.
And
I
yes,
love you guys.
and yes,
Love you.
foreplay.
Much
Yes,
love, bro.
We love you, brother.
love you, brother. Thank you again for stopping by.
Nah, thank you guys. You guys are family. Love you guys.
And
I
yes,
love
Just, you're right. Foreplay is needed.
All right. Yes, I got it up
There we
here. All right.
Right.
See?
All right.
Yeah, I'm always prepared with this shit. I'm always prepared.
All right, what do we got?
It's just
All
on
right,
TK now.
I mean, it's on TK on this one for Raw and SmackDown.
Boom.
Are we okay? We still doing Raw and SmackDown?
Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Honestly, Raw was like I said. And honestly, this goes back to what the Redeemer said. Truth be told, 50% of Raw was pay-per-view quality shit. So I'm happy about that. Because like I said, honestly, you could have replaced a bunch, like honestly, and I know this sounds terrible, you could have replaced Finn Damien with the Donnybrook or the Gunther Sammy match.
But I do like what Dom said earlier, though. Sorry, but go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, so I thought Raw was, but either way, I think Raw is doing a pretty good job. They're still learning, and this is a new format for them. Because let's face it, you can't really do 3 hours on pay-per-view on Netflix.
Right.
No.
So you got to go 2. So it's not exactly that. Honestly, other than those 2 matches, Raw was not that especially interesting. I enjoyed the conversations and the promos that they did, but they didn't really move me at all. Like, I will say, shout out to CM Punk for selling the shit out of that match. I enjoyed the little tension moment between Seth and him, and I enjoyed the tension moment between Seth and Jimmy. Seth and Jay. But truth be told, and honestly, I don't know what to make out of that triple women's trios match. That one, I honestly like. It was honestly, mechanics wise, it was a good match. I have no idea why it existed.
I feel like it was a last minute rush in my opinion.
Yeah, because you got Pure Fusion, and you just literally pick the trios teams that you have, and they're fighting. And I'm sitting there watching it, going, I don't know why y'all pissed at each other, other than Pure Fusion been beating y'all ass.
and this fair. That's fair, brother. I'm with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. It's fair because it's like at the same time you're like, were we supposed to have individual stories telling weekly? Like, come on, tell it. You're just
and I mean, and I'm actually okay with trio.
TK said it himself. We don't fucking critique only one. We're not tribalism here. We fucking critique everything. We are professional wrestling analysts. All right, Bakley, especially your ass. I'm talking to your ass if you're watching this shit.
Now, don't get me wrong. Honestly, I enjoyed it for what it was, and I think they started storylines with them, but truth be told, they haven't actually really kind of punched through enough to actually have a point where you need a 9-woman match.
Was it 9 or 10?
It was a 10-woman tag.
It was 10 woman, yeah, 10 woman, and it still did not really make sense that's just because the back work wasn't done. And honestly, was it Isla Dawn was the one who won? No offense, she was the one who gets the pin, and she beat Sonya Deville.
Oh, Lyra. No, Lyra got
Lyra.
Lyra was the one.
Sorry, Lyra did.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and at that point, I'm like, no offense to Lyra, but she ain't been doing anything heavy for a while. Like, I mean, other than I know she's Triple H's favorite in that grouping, but I was still like, oh well, I guess Lyra's getting the push.
Mid-card title. That's all I can say.
Lyra would be a great women's intercontinental.
Yeah, I mean,
beautiful women's intercontinental champion.
So honestly, I still go back. Honestly, I still go back to my. Come on, man. I still go back to my theory. Honestly, Chelsea Green needs to be the first women's IC champion.
I'm with you about it. I'm not that obvious.
I'm with you, Phil.
I'm with you on that one.
I'm with you. After the friggin' performance she gave on Friday and the shit she's been doing and the hell of friggin' moments she had in Money in the Bank, give that woman a fucking title.
Oh man, you know what? And really, like, shout out to her and Michin because that was match of the night, in my opinion.
I enjoyed that.
It was, but think about it. The best thing about Chelsea Green is that we want to see somebody whoop that woman's ass. Like we really, really want to see somebody whoop, and the chase to get her belt would be so much fun.
Oh my god, I know. She's like the female version of fucking the Genius mixed up with someone else. Like just Chelsea Green. Like oh my god.
I'll be honest with you.
it.
I'll be honest with you. She's in my head. She's Macho Man.
Wow, you know what? It's a good mixture. Like the brothers.
She's Macho Man. She is Macho Man. Over the top, ridiculous. Like she is 5 minutes away from doing Cream of the Crop. Like you know how much money I would pay to see her do that entire promo? Because truth be told, she is that extra and that messy that, like, in my head, she is Macho Man.
I can picture her already dressing up as Macho Man, bro.
I was about to say, literally watch her show up with a fucking hat and everything.
I think she's done it before.
She's done pretty
sure
much. So yeah, so overall, like, but back to Raw. Respectfully, I thought it was a good night. It felt like a post pay-per-view night for sure, which was weird because it's like we're post pay-per-view, but we're going to give you two of the most banger matches you ever wanted that probably should have been on the pay-per-view. So again, a little confusing, but I understand why they're booking shows that way, because unfortunately they want the episodic ones to be as epic as the pay-per-views, and they have to be careful of that because people will get to the point where it's like, I don't need to watch pay-per-views, I can just watch the episodics, and even though it's free, I don't want to be bothered with it. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
But for the most part, Raw, I mean, the live thing, I don't know what the fuck that was supposed to be. I feel like that was a shoot. They went, no, not yet. Oh, see ya.
Not yet.
So, I love Bayley, but I need a little bit more from her because as a face, she is hard to get into. So she's a little bit.
That aggression.
It's fair.
It's been tough. It's been tough. You're not wrong.
And she's not doing a bad job. Like, it's not a bad job. It's just taking a little bit longer to connect with me a little bit because, unfortunately, even though Jax is a great heel, I don't think she's a good heel for Bayley.
Oh, really?
Honestly, if I had to pick the best heel for Bayley, it was Sasha Banks.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's basically true.
The other person I can see it doing is Alexa Bliss, and God bless her, she's due back soon.
2025. She's already said it. She ain't coming.
God, I can't wait till she comes back. Honestly,
Royal Rumble. I'm saying it right now. Royal Rumble.
Exactly. So I mean, and again, for the most part, Raw was what it was. It was fine. Raquel Rodriguez, I'm still pissed every time they let her smile.
She's not anymore.
She's not smiling anymore, though.
She's not.
What do you think I put her? What do you think I put her this way? I didn't put her with a smiley face.
At the PLE, she was a little too gritty for my taste.
Well, you give her a break, Phil. She's been
I don't want Raquel Gonzalez. I want Raquel Rodriguez from NXT.
At least she got her fucking last name back, Rodriguez, not Gonzalez.
Yeah, I want the terrifying.
I want you to know I didn't realize that until now.
She got Rodriguez back?
Yeah,
I did not realize that.
Wait, did she?
Yeah, she did.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I did not know that.
If you watch Bad Blood again and Raw, they said her last name Rodriguez, not Gonzalez.
Yeah, like I said.
Thank God. Then thank God.
I'm hoping she gets like the hard edge she had before. I'll get the.
She will. Come on. She smiled, Phil, because she came back from the situation.
She smiled because she came back.
Give her a break, at least. Come on, let's be realistic here for a minute here. Like, come on.
Look,
Condition,
I understand she's human and she's glad to be back because she's been going through a lot and she's finally healthy enough to come back.
You don't smile when you win your fucking attorney at law firms. You smile. I'm pretty sure you smile, right?
Remember Rodriguez in NXT? She was terrified.
Don't bust HBK. Oh, I'm not gonna smile again. Like, what the fuck? Are you waiting? Don't bust
I'm not gonna smile again.
I mean, if it was me, I'd be I would be Shawn Michaels going, look, I don't. You got a beautiful smile. Don't.
Don't.
You got.
See, even just saying that her last name won't help her. I know it won't help her. I know because it's Rodriguez. Like, I know.
But overall, Raw was a come down.
Yes.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, Raw was a come down.
He's watching my Niners, man. It's my Niners and Seahawks.
Yeah, I forgot you were watching the game. But yeah, so overall, I think Raw was decent and for what it was, and like they said, they had 2 pay-per-view matches on there, which made the event worth watching. Because trust me, when we get to Dynamite, man, I got some words about that bullshit.
Oh boy!
All right, we're gonna get into it right now. But,
we have to do NXT because god damn,
it's gonna be combined. We're not doing it separately. It's combined. So
yeah, we'll just run. We can do it all together then.
Yeah, all together. But all right. So Papi TK, floor is yours from both. What is your recap of Raw and the preview for SmackDown you're looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, Raw was good, man. It's funny. For I don't know, like 10 years, I've wanted Raw to be 2 hours. Now that Raw's been so great over the last like 6 months, it's like fuck, 2 hours sucks. But I'm fine with 2 hours. They just need. I liked what they did. You know, you guys talked about the 10-woman tag and it not making a lot of sense. Nick, I digress. I think that 10-woman tag makes a lot of sense. I don't digress. I disagree. I think that 10-woman tag made a lot of sense. There's reasons for this. One, the PFC, Natalya, Zelina, and Lyra have been feuding for quite some time. You had Kaden and Katana and Alba and Isla. We're talking about the women's tag division now. We're fucking feuding over those belts. So you got Alba and Isla who want those belts back. You got Kaden and Katana who want those belts back. You got the PFC who want those belts. Plus Natalya for whatever reason. I don't like her, never have. I wanted that pop in Canada she got was awesome. But like, okay, it's enough. Natalya has now gotten 3 wins over these women. Win is enough. But the match was cool. And the biggest concern, and I said it in the chat on Raw Dogging, was that this match was, and you guys said it too, the match was only going to get 4 minutes. The match got longer than 4 minutes. It got a commercial break. It went like, I don't know, maybe like 9 minutes. So the women, they all got their spots in. And let's be real, in that match, the best woman in that match is who? Lyra Valkyra. So they're giving her win there, which was good to see because she's been on a cool streak. She was hot and she has been nothing but losing. So maybe I spent a little too much time talking about that match, but I enjoyed seeing those 10 women mix it up. Punk's promo was great. Punk and Seth going shoulder to shoulder was great. Jay was cool. But I was confused that Braun Breaker took Jay out. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's cool. Triple H is telling a story with Braun. Is he a face? Is he a heel? What are we doing here? I mean, I'm fine with it. But that was cool. And not only did he take Jay out, but he laid fucking the New Day out. And like Woods is like, no, we're cool. No, you're not cool. Over. The New Day thing is intriguing to me because what if Kofi turns heel? What if Kofi turns heel?
I thought about
shit.
No, so here's my thing. What if Big E gets cleared, but pretends that he hasn't been cleared?
Ooh.
And one of
kick return touchdown.
And let's assume Big E comes back with a neck brace, and not Kofi, but Xavier Woods jumps him.
I love that. I love that. Oh, I love that.
Bro, wait a second.
Wow.
Yo, bro. Pepsi Phil.
and then keep in mind Big E is out, so then it becomes Kofi and Xavier Woods. Because remember, technically in that storyline, Big E has not been cleared to wrestle, but he's just hanging out with them, going, "I need y'all to calm down," and then Xavier snaps. Now the only downside is that they swore those three. They swore they would never.
Hotline, folks, a hotline.
Exactly, the banger line, as it were. So honestly, the thing is, they swore they would never get into a fight and break up that way. They would just go their separate ways. So we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
But my big thing is, if you want Xavier Woods to truly be a heel, having him go after Big E, who, you know, obviously he's been cleared, but they have him go to Big E, who gets knocked, quote unquote, taken out, is a good way to solidify that one.
Okay. All right, Redeemer, the floor is yours, my brother.
So, Raw to me, I'm with TK, how he talked about that earlier, but just before with the whole, we've kind of just been like, Raw needs to kind of move back to 2 hours, and then Raw turns good, and now it goes back to 2 hours, and the show kind of felt like SmackDown to me. And I hate saying that. It was like, we got some banger matches on there, but other than that, it felt like primarily the show got rushed. Yeah. Like literally the whole thing. Like Woods and Jay was solid, but it felt like, again, because it's stuck on a 2 hour show, they had to rush it to get through everything else. I like the stuff with the New Day. I think it's very interesting. Like, again, I want to know what this is going to be. Like, is it going to be Woods turning? Like, will Big E show up? What's going to happen in this whole situation? That's going to be really intriguing. Punk coming out and cutting that promo to begin with, I thought was crazy. Like, clearly this is just him trying to, you know, he's basically selling the injuries. He's going to take his time off. He's going to come back, and then we're going to see what his next feud is. That's fine. Him and Rollins kind of building up more of that with the face-to-face, and then Punk just getting shoved off to the side by Rollins. That was great. Rollins calling out Bronson. That was great. I can't wait till that happens. I hope Reed goes over in that situation, because I could see Reed. I think Reed needs to go over in that. Right? Absolutely.
Yes.
The Braun Breaker stuff. I didn't trust him pulling his little freaking show of respect shit last week whatsoever. That man is shady as shit. Fuck it. It's Braun Breaker. He's not a face. He's not a heel. He's just a freaking animal, and that's just all there is to it with him.
Yeah.
Main event, epic. I loved Sammy and Gunther. Those two just know how to put on a hell of a match. I love that they had their whole story going on of Sammy just being like, listen, I beat you at Mania. You're just afraid to fight me, and you think I'm going to beat you again. And then Gunther ends up going over, and I love how they made Sammy look like an absolute fighter by, you know, getting stacked up in a powerbomb, kicking out at one, fighting for everything that he can to try to win the title from Gunther again, and then just comes up and then gets beaten again. Great. Cody being on the show was kind of just there, you know, he was just there to just stand in front of Gunther and be like, well, I'll see you, Crown Jewel. And I'm like, all right, well, that's kind of a pointless Cody appearance right there.
Yep.
Sheamus and Dunn's been a good freaking little side feud. I love it. That's absolute. Like, you could literally say, since Sheamus is involved in it, it's a banger. Literally, like, that fucking match was a banger, hands down. I'm kind of with TK on the whole, like, the 10-woman tag match stuff. Like, the match was actually pretty solid for what we got out of it, and you know, it's building up the women. It's building up a bunch of women for hopefully an eventual mid-card title. Look what we're getting for Monday Night Raw. Look at the people there you have for that. You have still a bunch of trios women's, you know, of women's that could just be like put together as a tag team and be like, hey, we got challengers for Bianca and Jade. It's kind of building that division for Monday Night Raw, and that's good.
For once, for God's sake, right?
Yes.
And
yes.
like Poppy said, Justin, imagine when Becky comes back and you got your main event, Becky,
there you go.
Rhea, Liv, Raquel, and then you got all these women just fucking who have been built up via. Oh, I love it.
The Judgment Day stuff. I'll say that was yes.
Man.
Play it.
I know. I gotta look for it though, because this.
Okay.
I love it.
There it is.
To our producer Leo, music producer, right there.
The one thing that we did not bring up, first off, the Judgment Day stuff with Liv and them showing up just to freaking leave 2 seconds later. What the fuck was the point of that?
Should have gone to the Waffle House. That's
I know. Can we just get the Jay and fucking Rhea segment already where they're at Waffle House?
For real, man.
Smothered, covered, mommy, yeet. That's all I gotta say.
Ooh, smothered covered mommy, yeet. I like that.
And the one thing that we didn't bring up though, the Wyatt 6 thing during Karrion Kross and Miz.
Oh yeah.
If we're seriously gonna get Final Testament and the Wyatt 6, I am ready.
Let's fucking go.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Final
Yes.
Testament and Miz versus the Wyatt 6.
Yes.
I'm down for that. I'm down for that shit.
Listen,
Oh
I don't
my
even
God.
care if Miz is fucking around with Final Testament. If that's going to have to involve to get some kind of fucking Final Testament Wyatt 6 involvement together, I don't care. I'm for it.
Justin, I'm down with it, but at the end of the day, the vignettes that they have been producing have been all about hate. Is that mean that Cross just spews hate and that's why they're
Yes,
coming after
look at everything that Karrion Kross has done. Everybody that he's feuded with has gotten somebody to get freaking heel to turn into a heel and turn and spew a bunch of hate.
Well,
basically.
remember, right now, Karrion Kross is playing the devil on your shoulder.
Yes, literally.
Love it. Good answer. That's a great
He
answer.
literally last week, while Woods and Kofi were interacting, he stood behind them in the background, watching them argue.
He's like straight up your fucking devil advocate narcissist.
He is literally like, "Hey, just hate each other. Just hate each other."
I said last week, I hope Woods joins that crew. I hope Cross leads some weird ass faction of Miz, Woods, and AOP. It's weird.
I would
but it
love that.
works.
I would. It works.
It does, but the best thing about that thing is that because of the way Karrion Kross is running it as the devil, quote unquote, and honestly, the Wyatt 6 has always been about, like they like to say, the color red and black and white. That's a perfect storyline for the both of them.
Yeah,
Yes.
but see, I agreed. To add to that, though, PepsiCo too, is like, see, if like how Redeemer just said, if they have that happening, that story, you have a narcissist fucking group versus who hates bullies. Because yes, even though they're both kind of initiate the hate wise, but see the definition of the hate of what they hate. They hate, okay, they don't like baby faces on the Final Testament. Right here on what the Wyatt 6, they hate bullying. Because remember, I could go way back with God versus Soul Bray Wyatt. But his gimmick, what he had his characters, it was really more, they were the outsider of a society. They were really more like within themselves, and they created their own society and be with us at the time. Is what Bo Dallas is doing with this faction and recreating it in his version. But have that also like how he's having it right now is really hating bullies, and that's what I can picture already. Nikki Cross.
So
here's
at this point, Cross is literally spreading hate to make heels. That's it.
And let's be real. These guys are all the Wyatt 6. As much as we love them, that's a mid-card act, right? And what's better than them staying in the mid-card with another great mid-card fucking faction for them to fuck with for the next 3 months? Occupy their time. Build them up to the tag division against Judgment Day or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is a side note that honestly doesn't have anything with the storyline, but I don't know if you guys saw the Eric Young interview.
I saw it.
I did.
I know. I had to go with it. I'll go for it. I'll tell you.
Because when he was in WWE in his Sanity persona, before Bray passed away, unfortunately, the Wyatt 6 would have really just been Bray, Bo, and Eric Young.
Yep.
With his Sanity group.
That would have been excellent.
Yeah. And then at that point, I'm pretty sure they would have brought other people in. But those three running around in that group and would probably have been insane.
Oh, yeah.
So the thing I'm excited about this, but the thing I'm excited most about Wyatt 6 is they could theoretically be a heel, but everybody wants them to be faces, or at least, well, whatever faces counts for them. But it goes back to what you said, though. They're like and I hate this, and I don't want to put it this way, but they're the guys you go to where, like, if you're a nerd or a geek or you're like on the outside that nobody look through, or you're like the quote unquote square peg in a round world, and you like, if you think differently, you hang out with the Wyatt Six. And honestly, if you think about it, Karrion Kross and his group are like they're like the evil 80 jocks that they used to fight in the 80s.
Exactly. It's exactly what you're saying. It's like fucking high school. Like when you were back in high school, there were fucking groups. You had your rock groups, you had your brothers, you had your hippies, you had your fucking party boys, party girls. You had like, all the popular ones. It's like the same shit.
Yeah, so and honestly, so I'm pretty excited for what they can do with Karrion Kross. Honestly, I'm happy they're doing something with Karrion Kross.
You tell him he's my friend.
So yeah, I am really excited.
My friend.
Because I feel like it took him a while to get somewhere. Not that he didn't want to, because honestly, even Bronson Reed was like, it took him 2 years to really get going. And it's about the same story. It's about the same amount of time for Karrion Kross too. It's been about 2 years, and like they're finally starting to making him the devil on the shoulder, AOP, and all the rest of them. So I'm pretty. So yeah. So this could be, if we don't get a Bloodline War Games, this could be a legitimate good War Games right here.
Oh my god!
Oh, love it. Fuck.
Oh my god, I love that.
That's legit. Think about it. Right now, Big Eric Rowan, him against any member of the AOP, and so it could, like I said, that could be like that's the War Games we probably don't deserve.
That would be sick, actually, and I mean like that in both ways. That could be a sick match.
And keep in mind,
I think that could be the match of the night on that fucking thing.
Yeah, think about it. 7 weeks is a good amount of time for them to start that storyline too.
You're absolutely right, Phil, because they started that kind of early already, so it makes fucking sense.
Exactly. So that's the one. That's what I'm keeping my eye on.
Here's the pen. Write it down.
Give that man the Sharpie.
Give him a Sharpie and a pen, damn it. He can write it. That's what he's
permanent. So all right. Bring it up, baby. You know the one we want to talk about.
I know, but before we get to that, there's one thing I want to talk about before we do, because I haven't done this for a while, and I want to do it. And fuck it, I want to do it. That's right. It's been a while we haven't debated a debate. We haven't had it, but man. So this is okay. We saw on Raw those vignettes in the Redeemer Night. We said it for the last we said 2 weeks, right? Like the last 2 weeks.
Yes.
With that, we knew it was gonna be the fucking War Raiders gonna come back. At least you're gonna have the Warriors name back, not the Viking Raiders. But we saw another vignette on SmackDown. We're seeing, with the cars and everything. It's Motor City. Yes, they're fat. But no main roster. I mean, no NXT main roster, because we know why. Because Lucha Bros, they're
bullshit, Tony Khan.
We already know this bullshit. Anyway, I'll say that bullshit when we get to him. But man, this is what we got: the return of War Raiders heading into Raw and on SmackDown, making their debut soon. Motor City Machine Guns. Papa H, don't fuck this up, but now you got one returning great tag team, one making their debut to the main roster. You have the advantage to really build the tag team fucking division up for both brands. I hate, and people may hate what I'm saying about, Judgment Day having the tag team titles, but you're having it as a fucking pedestal. It's like, it's like, how the 40-year-old virgin say, you put in a pussy on a pedestal. Like, what does that fucking mean? And like, that's what it is right there. That's what it is. I mean, and then, what are you doing with the bloodline? Okay, yes, you have the tag pedestal. Okay, great. They had a great ladder match. I'm not going to deny that. But that's it. I mean, give me more of that. Of GOD. Give me more of that. And then I feel they can if they inputted more tag team matches on their shows. Because now you're bringing these two into that intervention of the tech division. This is the time. This is now the place to end the year right, to build these two tag divisions heading into next year, 2025, making those tag team titles prestigious where they used to be a long time ago. Because the other promotion ain't doing it. At least the other one, TNA, are doing it with ABC. They're doing something with those tag teams, and I love how they're doing it over there. New Japan, they're struggling over there because they're building a new era. I could go on and on and on to other promotions. Just to
Remember, ABC ain't the tag champs no more.
Oh fuck! I forgot they lost the belt.
It's the system again.
Again, yeah. But there you go. I forgot. Shit. Thank you very much. Fuck. But that's what I mean. It's like this is. I just want Papa H to. You got so many stories. I get it, but please help. Do not waste the fucking time of these guys that you're gonna bring back. One back and one debuting. And I'm happy that they're making the debut on fucking SmackDown. I can't wait to see them DIY. Oh, I cannot wait to see that shit. That's gonna be Netty Menu right there. That's gonna be a banger. I know them
So-
and fucking and I just.
I'm gonna counter your argument.
I'm just Nettie first.
Yeah, I'm Eddie. All right, clean
Yeah,
yourself.
Poppy.
All right, clean yourself up. But here's the thing. Everything you said is absolutely right. But here's the thing. The other guy does not recruit, because keep in mind, we also got the Lucha Bros, even though that's been put on hold a little bit.
We know that. We know that's a whole.
But he's got exactly. But keep in mind, he is going out of his way to not just recruit individual talent, but recruit team talents. So I like not just one guy, but two guys, and he accepts the fact that they're coming as a group. Because let's face it, there are guys right now who are like, they're shying away from WWE because it's like, we're a tag team. We don't want to break that up. At least not right now. So I honestly think I think he's listening to you. I think he's going out of his way trying to build a real tag division and not just a bunch of guys who hang out and when they're slow on booking, they need a match. But like legitimate efforts, because like Motor City Machine Guns, that's quality. That's a quality pay-per-view match no matter where they are. Them in DIY, honestly, that could be a PLE.
Oh fuck yeah! That shit better be a Survivor Series. So they're gonna make it before.
It won't ever be. Could you imagine the War Raiders, Motor City Machine Guns, DIY, and the Street Profits in a fatal four-way?
Jesus Christ!
You got God. You got the New Day potentially staying together. Fucking, you got AOP. You got the
Bro, just call the morgue now and tell him I'm on my way. Like, come on.
But Banger, Tim, you just hit it on the head. Right now, you named at least 5 tag teams, not just 2 guys hanging out with each other.
All right.
Tag teams. Legitimately,
like this is like old school New Japan ROH shit with the fucking Viking or War Raiders. Exactly. Motor City Machine Guns.
Yes.
Then throwing DIY and the Street Profits and the
exactly
greatest top 3 tag team of all time.
Yes.
And I wish I could go through this camera and hug you and kiss you what you said right now. I want to
sit on my lap, Poppy.
But like you said, and you also got God. And then you got a bunch of guys like DIY, but then you got like the smaller tag teams, like, and Lord forgive me, and I know I was one of the biggest haters, but Axiom and Nathan Frazier, and we'll get to them later.
Oh, we're gonna get to them right now after we're done with this one. We're gonna get to that.
Yeah, right. But the truth of the matter is, he is going out of his way to build a tag team division, because what a lot of people don't realize is that any wrestling promotion that does not have a tag team division will flounder. They may be able to kind of keep it going, but for the most part, a tag team division is the heart of most wrestling promotions, because as much as we love individual matches, tag teams are just exciting because it's one of the few matches where you can have a spot king and a pro wrestler be in one match on both sides of the ring.
Mm-hmm.
So it is more on tag teams are just more dynamic and it's more fun. Because it's like, think about it this way. I'll go back to old school. Think about it. You got like the Midnight Express and Rock and Roll Express.
Oh yeah, I can even go back to the Freebirds. We go back to even then.
Exactly, Freebirds and the Von Erichs.
Oh my God, what a tag team!
Those were wrestlers, but if you look at each one individually, they each had a sort of a spot king move that they used to enjoy. So I think those are guys like you got Motor City Machine Guns against, like you said, the Viking Raiders. That's a thing. The Lucha Bros, honestly, yeah, fine. It sounds like they won't be there until 2025, which is bullshit. Fuck you, Tony.
Thank you. No, hold on. You gotta say it.
I'm serious. I'm not gonna sit back and take this fucking shit.
Are you gonna take this fucking shit?
Because here's my thing with Tony.
Damn it, you want to say it? Say it.
That son of a bitch is really gonna go for an injury clause when he didn't book them for the exact same amount of fucking time anyway. They were literally in the back, not doing shit when they were healthy, but all of a sudden they're injured, and all of a sudden they owe him time. What about the fucking time they owe him? He owes them for wasting their fucking time at AEW.
We know why. Come on.
They won the championship one time, and think about it. They had, I think, was it one defense and they lost the belt. They had it for a long time, but they only had one defense and lost that belt.
But you said look, the reason why they haven't asked for and I'm not comparing them when it comes to situation like how it was with Lucha Bros and Santana Ortiz. They requested theirs. They were like, fuck it. But the thing is, but here the difference here is Pentagon's taking advantage. He's like, fuck that, you're paying me money not doing shit. I'll open a new school up in Mexico. That's what he did. He opened out 2 schools in Mexico with that money. He said, fuck it. I'm fucking opening this school then. You're gonna fucking
I understand that, but honestly, this is pure spite.
I get you. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that he's taking advantage of that.
And
because he's like, you're not booking me.
Honestly, don't get me wrong. If you want to be mad and like say some shit about them when they're gone, that's fine. But keeping them there when they don't want to be and just paying them. And the thing is, it's an injury clause, so they don't get paid for that time. It's for time they quote unquote got paid for when they were hurt. And I'm sitting there going, no job. And honestly, no job makes you stay after you leave a company because you were sick. Can you imagine if all of a sudden all the sick days we took, if work was like, I know you quit, but you still go, but you always like 14 more days because you were sick that 2-week period.
Some companies will allow. Some companies will take it.
Great analogy, Pepsi Phil.
Yeah, this is full on pettiness right here.
No, you're right. You're not saying you're wrong, but I'm just saying like certain companies will let you do the 2 weeks. Some will be like, go home. We'll pay you the first year.
Well, is it an NDA sort of a not NDA, but is it a what the fuck is the contract? What the fuck?
It's a contract, right? The way it's built is you are contracted for a certain number of days. Like sometimes like 2 years. Yeah, so if you if you don't fulfill those days, the contract is null and void.
You know who they should have did that with?
See.
All right. Tony is gonna do this shit forever because he just let CM Punk walk away with nothing, dude.
Yes, because Punk was a fucking problem to him. Like the Lucha under for him. The Lucha Brothers right now are literally. This is literally, hey, they're leaving to go to my competition. Okay, fuck that. I am not letting this happen right yet. I'm gonna fucking make them suffer a little bit more. It's bullshit.
But in truth, whose fault is it that they're not? Whose fault is it that they weren't happy to be there?
We already know. We already know.
Tony won't say it out loud because he don't want to say the quiet part out loud. But
Tony won't admit shit because you know what all he'll do? He'll fucking show up at a goddamn press conference and go, "Oh, hey, everything's great in AEW. Make sure you tune into the show on Wednesday." Like fucking.
Don't make me defend him. God,
that's basically like I'm generally surprised it's not like his answering machine, like his voicemail on his phone.
I will say, Tim, here's the thing. I understand from a branding perspective, the Lucha Bros is literally the equivalent, and I'll say it. The Lucha Bros is literally the equivalent. The Lucha Bros literally is the equivalent of think about it, when LT left New York and went to Green Bay, that is the equivalent of the Lucha Bros going from AEW.
How the fuck are you gonna compare to that shit? What the fuck? What?
Because everybody said the same thing. Because they basically said the same thing. New York, you were out of your fucking mind letting LT go. The greatest tackle in defensive history. You let that man go to your rival. The fuck is wrong with you? And what did he do in Green Bay? The exact same shit that he did in New York.
Yeah.
Did they really think that Giants jersey was why LT was great? Because it wasn't.
Yeah.
So letting the Lucha Bros go to WWE for AEW is a smack in the face. And let's face it, if you count that with the fact that that is the fifth major talent they have let go. Starting off with Cody, starting off with Ethan Page, starting off. Well, I won't include him because he still got that weird haircut. Brian Pillman.
but he kills him with a smile.
He kills him with a smile. But and then you include the chairman. Those are legitimately major talents, whether you use them or not. That's your fault, Tony.
I'm gonna hold
that left your ass, and for the most part, are doing a better than average job in WWE.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ethan Page won the championship and did not do a bad job as a champion. Cody is the face of WWE.
I know.
And then you got the Lucha Bros, who honestly may very well be the third or fourth most loved tag team, definitely the number one most loved tag team in Mexico and anywhere in South and Central America.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, Bobby TK, give me your thoughts on this one right here. Are you excited for? I mean, what are your thoughts on this tag team division now that we got a return and we got a debut? What are you looking forward for the tag team division? Do you feel the same or do you feel different?
No, I think they just need to work it, bro. They just need to book it. He just needs to book it properly. And it's the same thing we bitched about with the mid-card titles. It's the same thing we were bitching about with the PLEs earlier. 5 matches on a PLE sucks. When are we ever going to get a tag title match on a PLE? It fucking blows to say. And, I go back and forth with it. I wanted separate tag titles because I felt like they could book it right. But at the end of the day, them going 73 days without Finn and JD defending them tag team titles is fucking crazy weak, dude. So those belts need to get off of them. Go to the War Raiders. Go to the Wyatt Six, who's not a real tag team, but they're a nice fucking faction up and coming stable. Just get it off of Finn and JD is what they need to do on that side of things. If they're going to book tag team wrestling and SmackDown the way that they've been booking it with God, DIY, and the Street Profits, then I'm all in, dude. That tag team ladder match on SmackDown was fucking fire, dude.
Yes.
Absolutely fucking fire. Should the Street Profits have won? Sure. But at the end of the day, it just showed the Bloodline's dominance once more. I'm with this. The Motor City Machine Guns should never be in NXT. Skipping that altogether is perfect. Go right to SmackDown, Motor City Machine Guns. DIY, Street Profits, Motor City Machine Guns, God, all 4 of them fucking around together.
Dude, I love Motor City Machine Guns. They're literally 20 years older than most of the NXT roster.
Yeah, there's no need for them to be in NXT, right? No, the War Raiders.
Give me the fucking the OC versus Motor Machine. I don't give a fuck. Give me that. I'll be happy with that too.
In my time watching wrestling, I've watched many matches in my life. All right, I'm 39 years old. All right, I'm old as fuck. I've seen so much wrestling.
I'm older than you. Come on.
I've seen the War Raiders wrestle some amazing matches. The War Raiders against Aleister Black and Ricochet in Black and Gold NXT was some special shit, dude.
One of the, if not the best tag team match in a fucking pay-per-view.
So they just need to let them go back. If these 2 boys are healthy, all right, if both of them are healthy, they just need to let the War Raiders be the fucking New Japan, ROH, NXT fucking War Raiders and let them fucking work because the War Raiders are damn fucking well the best team on the roster if they so chose. All right. And that's a roster with the New Day, the Usos, who are the greatest tag team, fucking top 3 tag team of all time, the Motor City Machine Guns, Street Profits. But that's how good the War Raiders are if they let them be the War Raiders. But we all know this. The problem is, since they've been on the main roster, 6-7 years now, they have not been able to be the fucking War Raiders. Let's hope.
All right, think about this. Think about this way. it this way, and honestly, I know we say don't do this, but this is the one time I'm going to break my rule. I'm okay if the Motor City Machine Guns, and in my opinion, one of the top 3 tag teams in wrestling right now. I'm sorry to anyone who's a Young Buck fan, but yeah, the Motor City Machine Guns are better.
They are better.
They are better. I'm not gonna say no.
Imagine if they beat Finn and JD for the championship.
Sure.
Or like not the first night, but maybe like 2 weeks or 3 weeks in. The reason being is like these guys from outside came in, and that literally right there sets the stage for the new tag team division right there. And I think honestly, I don't see anyone else who could pretty much right now in their carry the incarnation carry it right now. Like, don't get me wrong, the New Day, yes. Could the Usos? Yes, but they're not together right now. I mean, like you could get GOD, but honestly, right now they have not been clicking as a GOD. They're basically part of the bloodline. So, but honestly, I actually can see the Motor City Machine Guns winning that championship on the first day out and just having banger matches with everybody.
I could just see already they should just make a fucking tag team tournament here. Fucking give me a fucking World Tag League in WWE. Fuck it.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little burnt out on the tournaments, but honestly, a Dusty Rhodes-esque classic for the championship for tag teams, I think I'm
that's what I mean. No, that's what I mean exactly.
I'm with you. That'd be great. Yeah, I think you could do something with that.
Oh yeah. I hope
can I ask you guys a quick question? I don't mean to divert, and that's kind of
no, you're good.
But I said that I want AEW to go to a brand split, and that's how it would fix AEW.
Yeah,
I want WWE just to have one roster and use it over Raw and SmackDown. Am I?
Boy, oh boy, it's like I've said that multiple fucking times, huh, TK?
I knew it. Justin, I
will be honest.
You're right, Justin. You are correct, sir.
This
I'm
is
right at the camera to say, because usually I'm looking up at you guys because my screen's broke, but I'm looking right at you, Justin. You are.
I'm gonna say this only from a brand marketing perspective. If you had Netflix and SmackDown on the same network, I would agree. There's no point in splitting the brand anymore.
Okay.
For me, it's like I have to wait on that to see what's. But go ahead, Redeemer.
I don't get what the hell the point is of keeping the roster separate to begin with like this. It should be one big roster. Like, why the hell should Netflix and USA give a shit when it's just basically just if you have one giant roster that's basically going to be on both your fucking shows, it's going to make both your shows just as damn good as it is.
Ratings, man. Here's the thing, though, because this was an issue they had a long time ago. Because the reason they created the Universal Championship and the regular WWE Championship was because at one point, Fox was mad because they wanted a championship just for them. So they had to create the Universal Championship because they treat them as two separate brands, but because they're on two different networks.
Yeah, Fox was willing to sabotage SmackDown as much as humanly possible.
Plus they want the talent. If they're on two separate networks, they're going to be like, why the fuck is Roman Reigns only showing up on Raw? Why isn't he showing up on SmackDown?
Yeah, well, think about it. Then they're still showing up on your fucking show.
No, but how do you balance that? But you got to balance that out, which I got to tell you, you can't have Roman coming twice on two different shows because on one show he wrestles and another show he's just talking, or vice versa.
That's right. So you have Roman on Raw one week, then you skip the SmackDown, you skip the Raw.
Yeah, exactly.
SmackDown the following week. So
But again, the problem is that networks are selfish and they want exclusive rights to certain people.
Yeah,
that's why there's certain dudes. Now, if they're if you can find some way to get SmackDown and Raw on Netflix, that's a brand split's bullshit. There's no reason for it. But right now, because Netflix is getting Raw and SmackDown is moving to USA, they're going to be two different ones because like that. Because truth be told, I would be like, fuck you. These are our guys. This is how we want to use them on both these brands. But that's not. But they are beholden to broadcasting companies.
It's just crazy because like literally either way, if it's one big roster, the friggin' both shows absolutely succeed no matter what. Like, I think I don't get why Netflix and USA look at it that way. I think no matter what you're getting, it's not just, oh, hey, we're getting this guy and you're not. No, now it's like the company's getting represented on two different fucking television brands right now. So why the fuck is it not like, it's like, hey, listen, I get it. We're making your show better, but we're still making our show just as good because they're still showing up on our show too. So it's not like it's really that big of a negative in the entire situation there. I just think
the lower card talent just gets lost in it, and some women talent, because both networks are going to want to feature the upper mid card men. I mean, I say it with like, oh, I want the women. All right, you guys want the women. But let's be real. A lot of times, like Tony Khan didn't fucking feature 2 women's matches for how long? 4.5 years. I still think the network has something to do with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree too.
Logan, appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, Logan. Thank you. Also, I'm gonna say this with all due respect and as much contempt I can. Fuck Shane McMahon.
So we'll get there for Wrestle Dream.
But I'll say this: I think these two tag teams right here is going to absolutely elevate whatever division they're on.
Yes,
1000%. Because literally, like TK said, it feels like Triple H is literally rebuilding this tag team division on both sides. He's trying his damnedest with what he's got right now. Like, I do absolutely agree that it should be one giant division that floats across both shows.
Yes,
which would work the way would work so much better, because then look what you get. You know, you have one huge division where it's not just the same 3 teams on one brand and the same 3 teams on another brand. Like, but if these two are both going to Monday Night Raw in this situation, look at the talent they got to work with. They can work with each other. They have Judgment Day. They have freaking American Made whenenever the fuck you decide to actually do something with American Made, for Christ's sake.
Oh my God, of all the tag teams, I didn't mention those.
The fucking Creeds, dude. The Guns and fucking Creeds.
But that's the thing, though. But you just described it. Like, we literally see them building the division. So I'm actually excited. The problem is that I think, and I can't really say this is a thing. I think Raw is going to become their A show and SmackDown.
What's up, Henry? What's going on, man? Good evening, brother.
I'm worried that Raw will be their A show and SmackDown will get like the lesser stuff.
Well, but see, the thing is, here's the thing though, PepsiCo, because now they're going to start having the 3-hour shows on Friday. So this is now their test for them to see what are the capabilities they're able to do. Because we haven't seen what they're able to do at all with 3 hours. They only been stuck with 2 hours. Now the first time for them to do what, let's see if what they had there in that roster, especially with now inputting them on that brand, if they're able to go ahead.
Are they moving SmackDown to 3 hours?
Yes, they are.
Eventually, yes.
Yeah,
okay.
They are.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to wait to see what they do. That's why I'm not jumping the gun as of yet, because I want to see what are they gonna do with those 3 hours now that they added to that extra hour. Now that Raw minimized 2, now it's a reverse now. So now they have to Raw has to input how they're gonna do it to 2 hours. SmackDown has to input what they're gonna do with the last hour.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Now, and because I could look, speaking marketing ways, they want to please both of their networks before the end of the year. Before Raw goes to Netflix and SmackDown are going to stay where they're staying. So they're going to have to figure out how we're going to get them to be like, hey, you know what? We're balanced out. You know, because there's always a plan A and B and C, marketing-wise, for them to see what it is to please their networks to say, hey, you know what? If this doesn't work out, I go back to this one. You know, shit like that. So it's like that's why I don't mind it. I know it's hard for us as fans to understand it, but at the same time, I have to understand their business aspect of it, how they're inputting it and reversing it.
Yeah.
So now we're gonna have to see how SmackDown is able to do for 3 hours, and what are they gonna input within that last hour.
Oh, okay. No. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what they do. Yeah. I mean, it is entirely possible that maybe these guys don't go to Raw. They go to
they go to SmackDown unless they make War Raiders go to SmackDown alongside with them. Then that'll be something.
But I mean, it's like, what if SmackDown became almost? What if there was like, quote unquote, because of the way programming is, SmackDown gets the tag team division. Like
Oh,
literally,
God.
that. Yeah, think about it. All the tag teams, not all the tag teams, but predominantly most of the big tag teams would literally go to SmackDown because that's the thing. Because right now, Raw is pretty solid the way it is right now.
Yeah, but the good thing is because they're now because for the last couple of weeks, and Redeemer can vouch for this as well.
Mhm.
That I mean, they've been really mixing storylines there. That is like
Yeah.
that's even
It's
though
true.
even though it's 3 hours, even though it's 2 hours now. Yeah, I
Mhm.
know we're noticing that it's different, but
Yeah.
we all of us will as fans will eventually get used to it. But one thing I hope that they don't discontinue is the way how they were doing the last 3 hours.
Yeah.
3 hours, adding different stories every week because they got everybody invested, and that's the beauty of it. So now is giving SmackDown the turn to do the same thing what Raw did, ending the year of 2024. If they could do that there, doing different stories, then they got something going. We're just gonna have to wait and see. That's why
Okay.
I'm not rushing or even jumping the gun until I really sit down for 3 hours and see
All right.
the first 3 ones where they could do.
All right, let's jump to NXT Dynamite because we're running late.
I know that's why. Well, that's right. I'm not playing that fucking song. Well, you know what? I'll play. You know, but I'm not playing. You know what it's time, baby.
It's time! It's time! It's Vader!
Okay.
And NXT, folks. Not only just Dynamite, all right?
Oh.
That's right. Dynamite and NXT Title Tuesday. People ask, why was it Title Tuesday? Why was it called Title Tuesday? There was no title to be called. Well, I'm gonna tell you why. Because Title Tuesday, because it wanted the title for that demographic.
Because Clash of Champions was taken.
I get it. They know that they can't. They know they can't do that. But a lot of this happens here on these two shows. So I mean, I'm just gonna go and just start off very quick on this one for myself. But like, let's start with NXT. We'll get to Dynamite because we got we still got one more last topic before we close it out here because we got to give our predictions for WrestleDream. But I'm not gonna go into too much details because we've been overwhelmed already. I know we went off, and I love it because I miss you guys. By the way, I love you guys. Miss you.
I mean, we're ready to rip Dynamite a new asshole at this
Oh my
point.
god, yeah, me too. And I want to rip Bakley an asshole too because he was being an asshole on Tuesday with me.
I love
Fuck
it.
off. Yeah, because I already know, and he's gonna come right now and be like, "What do you mean?" Look, you gotta calm down, all right?
I'm doing a 2TK.
All right, Seltzer Jr., calm down. Calm down, Seltzer Jr.
Wow.
And, hey, yes, I am. Did you see the chat? Did you see the fucking chat? How he was on me?
Oh yeah.
You like you should see.
Mhm.
Like,
All right, Poppy, tell us about NXT. Tell us
all right. I'm screaming because
There it was. That's what I was waiting for.
There you go.
Here.
There you go,
She
baby.
arrived. She's here. She came finally. Why I want to hug this man and kiss him because he fucking played it before I did. Thank you. Oh my god. I went crazy when she showed up. I'm like, oh my god. Oh the sexiest woman in the white from Chile. Oh, Jesus. But yes,
I'm in love, dude.
I'm in love too. But I'm trying to calm myself down here because I'm sweating this shit. Oh man. And then to see that, but you know what? I vouch for this man right here because he called it when I was off. He said it. That yeah, they're gonna be a fucking tag team, and he fucking called it. Yeah, I'm looking at you. Yes, I'm looking. He's smiling right there. You're a little smirk. Yes, you right. Yes, no, you right here, right here, right here, right here. I'm pointing at you. Yeah,
So-
yes. But hold on. Let me finish.
Oh, take your time. Take your
Hold
time.
on. I'm not done yet. I'm not
Mhm.
done yet. I'm just saying. But I was just like, and congratulations to fucking Tony D'Angelo, man. What a great fucking Rocky story, the way he had it.
Dan.
Oh my god.
That's Don.
Legitimately a great match and a great story. And the you're broken storyline works every single fucking time.
Yes. Fuck yeah.
Yes.
You know, it was like the mixture of fucking Rocky 3 and Karate Kid. You're the best. It was like fucking, he was like coming back up and he saw that. He's like, oh, hell yeah, let's go. Even though people were not, I can't even say how, I'm not saying that I expected how he won, but I'm pretty sure it really got the whole audience. It's like, fuck, he won with a roll up? Like, so what? He beat this man, like who was the longest reigning defending North American champion. Now he has it. Fuck yeah, he deserves that shit. He's almost there to be a Grand Slam champion. All he needs is a NXT World Champion for NXT. But that'll take his time.
Yes.
But like I said, I'm happy for him. I still feel that he could do something here with this title. He's gonna do a lot of shit with that title. Even if, like, I can even say that his own faction might turn on him because they want that title. I hate to say that, but that could be the case too on here. But so what? But it builds a story for that North American title. Shawn Michaels, I love you because you're not letting me down. I told you, don't bullshit me when you went to CW. You're not bullshitting me because I know what you booked next week. And I'm going to try to make it that, you know what? I'm going to try to make it that Tuesday because she's making her debut against Ray Sinclair. Oh, my God. Ray Sinclair, I love you, sweetheart, because even though, I'm sorry.
Hell yeah.
We're taking the loss, but fuck, you're going in with one of the top women professional wrestlers that I've ever seen. And, man, I cannot wait to see what then. I'm excited for that. Fucking excited. This is why we said it. We said it like Tim and I and Justin said it like 2 weeks back. The NXT women's roster has been the best one by far. And it's been fucking glorious. Oh, I need to get that fucking song. I am going to get that song. But, man, Randy Orton, Javon Evans, great fucking shit. I know that the whole, you mentioned earlier the botch. Doesn't matter, but at least he didn't go like how you said. Stupid. No, he didn't win with it. Congratulated him. Awesome. I love it, man. I'm just excited. I'm fucking stoked, man. I'm stoked for NXT. And I'm not going to bust a seltzer here and saying, oh, my God, an excuse for AEW. I'm not going to do that. No. It is what it is. Look, NXT won. Fucking let him win. Great venue. Yes, I know it was smaller. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. But they got something going. They got the audiences and the CW audiences winning. 829,000 fucking viewers. And number one in the 18 and the 49 demographics. Awesome. Congratulations. AEW, I get it. I know you're heading into, exactly. I know AEW is heading into the home away from Wrestle Dream. And yes, what title Tuesday? We only had what? We only had literally one fucking title literally defended. There was no other titles. But I digress on that. But I get. Let me clarify one thing, and I'm gonna clarify in the chat that I said it. We are once again, and I'm gonna continue saying this. My 3 other hosts here, okay, they're hosts. They run shows, okay. I don't call them co-hosts. They're hosts because they run shows and they run here as well. So they are, and myself, a professional wrestling analyst. We analyze overall of professional wrestling. We do not bring tribalism here in this network because I don't like that. No, that's why I say fuck you, Dave Meltzer. Fuck you, Brian Alvarez. Fuck all of you guys who fucking bring that that marks about the be marks on what you want. I don't give a shit. But we're not here to fucking say fuck AEW, love WWE. We're not here to say fuck WWE, love AEW. We're not here to say fuck them both, TNA, or none of that shit. We analyze everything overall from the ring, outside, segments, promos, everything. That's why we call this a debate network an analyst for that reason, to clarify to all of you listeners and video watchers around the world. So, AEW, I have really what I got to say. The only thing is, yes, you're giving us a mixture. Lucha Libre, great opening. Love it. Yes, I'm not going to hate on the Hologram Commander. Everything else is great. Segments, okay. Mariah so far has been really the highlight with that, even though I digress with last week as well with, White Willow, but I get it, whatever. She doesn't have no title contenders. That's fine. But it is what it is. But at least I like how she headbutted her and really – but – keep away the title belt whooping because that does not hurt. It's a piece of 15 karat gold. It's not gonna hurt your back. Don't sell it. I'm tired of the selling shit. No. If that's the case, why did you get really like one of those gym belts like really whoop them for real? Man, like I got whooped with that when I was a child. Get one of those. But with the Bryan Danielson, we saw Tim made a fucking good call on Tuesday. And yes, I see it happening on Saturday, but I'm going to save it for Saturday when we talk about the predictions for that. When he was like, come help me, but you're like more like this and not help me. You're coming in the last 2 minutes. Are you okay, buddy?
Okay, so I wasn't the only one who saw that shit.
Oh no! But Tim called it, he called it on the watch along. That's why I'm like, I didn't say anything because I'm with him. I'm like, fuck yeah, you're
I
right
was
on that.
screaming about it, dude. Are you
I
kidding
hate
me?
it.
Brian's sitting there while Brian's yesing for 2 minutes while Wheeler's like,
That's why
Brian, help
I
me.
didn't say shit. I didn't say shit because I that Tuesday I said I'm gonna save myself when we do it today because I wanted.
I mean, I would have turned on Brian right there.
We expected it, but look, I'm gonna Tim. He's gonna get that. I'm gonna let him. He'll vouch for that. This is his shit, not my shit. This is really good. I'm
ready for full unleashed.
I know.
Hell right
I know.
now.
So I mean, but the one thing I'll give credit for one credit. As much as I dislike her because of the whole shit, but she is at least had some kind of performance in Emi Sakura. That's
Oh no! I got issues with that one.
Hold on.
No, damn that shit.
I know. But hold
Bring
on.
it, Phil. Come on, do it.
I know.
I gotta let my brother go first.
Hold on. I know. Like I said, I get it.
I'm gonna love this.
Like I said, I'm not saying that I'm 100% with it. I'm just like at least certain things, but there were certain things that were not like okay, what the fuck. That's one thing to say. But other than that, I'm fine. Jay, Jay White. I mean, I love my God. I mean, honestly, this segment is really more for fucking TK because he called most of it when I was gone and I was listening and watching him. I don't have to say shit. My other host here fucking said it more than what I have to say. I'm gonna get past to him because all I'm gonna say is NXT for me, I really enjoyed NXT. It was awesome. It was great. Even shout out to A-Town Downtown. They really put a good fucking tag match against Frazier and and Axiom. Great matchup. At least we know they have potential, and they have it, which is why they're becoming the main roster. And see, we're not chopping this in here, folks. Papa H, please use them because they got the charisma and they got the in-ring abilities. They showed it this Tuesday on NXT.
Mm-hmm.
Start using them. Fucking start using them because they don't book them in fucking stupid segments and I hate to use this word jobber. I don't like to use it, but you know what I mean. I don't like that shit. I just don't like it. Come on, use them. They showed what they could do in the ring and besides what they could do in the mics against Action Frazier. Fucking great match. Shout out to them. Fucking love it. And other than that, I know people are going to hate me that are listening and watching. I don't give a shit about Sexy Red. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm more about that's what I'm saying. But Papa TK, I'm gonna pass to you because you are the man that really called this the last 2 weeks when I was gone, and I want you to fucking let them have it, baby. This is all yours, Papa TK. Start with NXT and AEW. It's up to you. Go ahead.
Oh man, so NXT was killer. NXT was a great show. So before I rip into Dynamite really well, because I want to go into Dynamite hard. Pepsi Phil, I want to hear your take on NXT really quick, and then I'm going to rip into Dynamite. But Pepsi Phil,
I'm ready for this.
I want to hear what you guys to say positively before I do my negative spin on the title Tuesday.
So I loved NXT. Truth be told, Julia did a great setup for Stephanie Vaquer. It wasn't really a surprise because we knew who it was going to be, but there is something about seeing them two standing on the stage about to go whoop the shit out of Cora Jade and Roxanne's ass. Roxanne and Cora Jade, for their part, did a great job of selling it. I was extremely happy with that. Overall, NXT had a great night as far as I'm concerned. Kalani, Bianca, and Jade may very well be probably the best team I have seen that just quote unquote that was slapped together because they were amazing as a unit. Like I love them. But going back a little bit to the very beginning with Trick Williams. Yeah, Trick Williams looks like the perfect face for NXT. I like Wesley and this new edge he has. He is way more interesting now. Ever since he had that last man standing, that was a great match right there. And not to mention the fact that I also enjoyed and shout out the Obafemi and Tony D match was epic.
Yes.
It was legitimately, so I've always loved Tony D. Not always a fan of the Italian guy gimmick, but the man can go. Obafemi, we don't even need to say anything else about that man. That man right there is a monster. So I was hella excited about it. Overall, this is one of those nights that make me excited for the PLE that they have coming up. Now I'm deliberately saving Randy and Javon Stokes because literally you want to talk about old generation versus new generation. That was it right there. They had a hell of a match, and I know everybody wants to get on Javon Stokes for the botch. No more than he wants to. He should not. Honestly, it's a freak accident, and let's face it, that is a hard move you can't practice for. Mm-hmm. So I was not even upset about it. And when I saw it, I went, okay, they had to time it off. And Randy recovered that shit beautifully because he has done that shit a million times.
Goated.
So exactly. So that was just a great job. And not to mention the fact that shout out to Randy for giving that kid the rub. Because that right there is a huge deal. Overall, like I said, not to mention I don't want to get into the backstage vignettes because there was a ton of them, but every single thing, and this is the one thing that NXT does not disappoint if you don't count the 2.0 era. They always do a good job of setting up for the next week. Raw and SmackDown are 50-50 and iffy. NXT has this, and I don't know what they do or how they book it, but the way the show is laid out, everything, even the number one contenders match between Ethan Page for the number one contenders match they have set that up for next week. There's something about the storytelling and the storylines of NXT that some people could argue that it's a little truncated and a little short, but it's weird because for some reason the short storylines works for NXT. Maybe because it's developmental. I don't know. But truth be told, I genuinely it's a very NXT is really fast paced. It's really fast, and I think for them, but it works for them. And God bless Shawn Michaels. Let me start this over. It's Shawn Michaels, Matt Bloom, and all the guys. Terry, help me out here. I'm going because all I keep thinking about is the rooster gimmick he had, and I can't.
Terry Taylor,
the Red Rooster.
Yeah, he was the Red Rooster.
I know he was the Red Rooster.
But him and William Regal, those guys in the back have done a great job with these guys and giving them the fundamentals they need to tell these stories. And granted. And you're right, Ivan. It was a very.
I know. I look like Javon Evans, but for God's sakes, I don't have a fucking
But quote unquote, it was a small venue, and that's why it looks full. But honestly, it's like you said. Honestly, attendance is kind of bullshit. But the fact that in their demographic they were number one against AEW says something because let's face it, AEW has practiced guys. They're way more seasoned than these guys. So NXT, granted, it's got a better backing, but I was especially happy with the promotion. Stephanie Valkyrie and Julia is just a terrifying combination if you think about it.
Wait! What did you say?
They are a terrifying combination.
Wait, although I'm not and Julia, are you talking about?
Yeah. Can you imagine?
Wait. Explain that to me. I want to hear this.
They are literally, honestly, if they wanted to, they could run through that entire roster in a minute. Individually and as a team, they could literally get all the gold in a span of 10 minutes.
Okay, Pepsi Phil, and I apologize to interrupt your turn, but I just wanted to just say this very quickly. Maybe you were not paying attention when Tim and Justin and I said this 2 weeks ago. We said about those two women what they could do for that roster.
Yeah.
Did you pay attention to what I said about that? Yeah, I get what you're saying. But yes, they can, but they're not going to, but they're helping. They're going to add the help what they already have.
No, they can, but right
What
now,
the fuck you mean they cannot do it?
no, they can. But here's the thing: you have to remember, they are not there to be people's friends. They're there to be
or each other's friends,
or each other. They're been
Why
there to
can't
be.
we be friends?
Think
Why
about it.
can't we
There
be friends?
are two
Why
women's
can't we?
belts there. That honestly, if I'm Kalani Brown, I'm not sleeping at night with those two floating around. Like I'm staying up at night. I'm not sleeping at night going with them.
I am not gonna answer that question respectfully. So I'm gonna say
I'm not
respectfully.
If I'm
Kalani shouldn't be sleeping because of one woman on the screen. Neither one of them is Julia or Stephanie, but I'll explain that in a second.
So yeah, and not to mention, and now we just found out, and like I said, I sent you guys the clip of Delta, who literally y'all done seen her.
I've seen her.
She gonna break the universe.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying a word. I'm saying quite until she comes up. Then
So all right, that's my NXT thing. I'm gonna let Tim have this AEW because he's been chomping at the bit.
Man, you guys killed it with NXT. You guys are spot on. All I'm gonna say about NXT is this: the Cora and Roxanne thing to me makes even more sense after the promo on Tuesday night. Roxanne's gonna hold that women's championship. Cora will beat Kalani for the North American Women's Championship, and they will hold those belts not for long. Then Julia and Stephanie will get those belts respectively from those two. It's going to be fun. NXT was great. The Don winning the belt, I said no chance in hell. Awesome. That was fucking great. What a story. Let's just swing over to NXT. All right.
You mean to AEW?
Yeah. Sorry, yeah. Thank you.
Brace yourself. Everyone brace yourself.
Hold on.
I'm ready for this one. Hold on.
Before you do,
Okay, I'm strapped in.
I know. Hold on.
Shit's about to hit the fan.
Hands and everything else are inside the freaking vehicle.
I gotta hit it.
Shit's about to hit the fan.
Yes.
You know it is. I'm just waiting. Go ahead.
Man, So here's the thing. Coming off of All Out, the show was hot, man. All Out was one of the best pay-per-views that I remember watching in my life. And certainly one of the best AEW pay-per-views that I've seen. And AEW consistently delivers great pay-per-view after great pay-per-view.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to preface everything that I'm going to say by this WrestleDream card, the poster, it looks cool. There's some good matches on paper, fine. But I'm very just disappointed with AEW. I'm very disappointed with Tony Khan. Listen, 1 year ago to date, they ran the exact same thing that they did this past year. They ran NXT versus AEW on Tuesday night. AEW did upward of 690,000 views. They beat NXT in the ratings. And NXT brought out, I think AEW did like 800,000 views, but I'm going to want to oversell it, all right? So I'm going to undersell it by saying like 690, and they beat NXT in the ratings that night. Yo, you fast forward one fucking year. Just one calendar fucking year, okay? We just are coming off the 5-year anniversary show, which fucking sucked, all right? We're coming off the 5-year anniversary show, the 5 fucking year anniversary show, which they gave us, and they forced this. Fucking stop forcing the overrun, okay? Do an overrun if it's organic. Do an overrun if you're going to run something important. Don't do an overrun if you're going to give me 15 minutes of filler bullshit between 7:15 and 7:30, all right? There's no need for it. I don't need the fucking overrun. Just give me significance, all right? The 5-year anniversary show sucked. And then you're going to go head-to-head with NXT. All right, NXT's on the CW now. Let's go. They bring in Randy Orton. They're bringing Bianca. They're bringing Jade. They're bringing fucking Whoop That Trick, new world champion. Your boy Ethan Page is there. The sexiest women's division maybe ever. All right? And what are you doing? What is the motivation to put AEW on? What are the matches? It's your fucking the show after your 5-year anniversary. The go-home show Dynamite to your pay-per-view. And what are you doing? What are the matches? And now, I don't know. The show's I enjoyed it's weird because a lot of people didn't enjoy this, but I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed Commander and Hologram. I thought that like took me back to an old school WCW cruiserweight feel. And then I love LFI attacking them after the match and the Beast Mortos finally fucking finding his place and his significance. Like, I thought that was awesome. All right. So I thought that was really cool. Because again, I'm not here just to shit all over this. I think there's some cool stuff. Jay White calling out Hangman. That's cool. Everything else, I don't seem to understand. The I'm all with Moxley and Bryan doing their thing, the BCC thing, and the separation. And I'll talk about Wheeler in a moment. But the rest of this show, Dynamite sucked. This show was pathetic. It was fucking a putrid fucking show. You have the most loaded talent roster, and I will go out there and say I like obviously Roman, Seth. These guys are bigger fucking names than what AEW has to offer. But overall, top to bottom, AEW's roster is better. And you can't figure out a way to fucking put better fucking matches on your fucking show to go head to head with NXT. What was the final rating? What were the final ratings? All right, and we're not, like Ivan always says, dude, we're not fucking Seltzer, we're not fucking Alvarez. But yo, the ratings, they lost by 500,000 fucking television views. 829.
It was 329 for AEW.
Yep, to 830,000 to NXT.
Yes.
500,000. God, come on. What the fuck? Like, is a fan that makes me sick to my stomach. Is an AEW
and they dropped 17% on the demographics. 1849. They dropped 17%.
And year over year, they dropped almost 500,000 viewers.
Yes,
year over year.
But honestly, you picked it though. Because remember, you said it's the exact same matches from a year ago. Nobody wants to see that shit again. Because again, this goes back to what you said. They have not built enough. They haven't built up their homegrown talent. So they have to use the same guys they did last year. And everybody's like, I don't need to watch this shit. Like, honestly, it's like what you said with the with Dynamite. Honestly, as much as everybody loved Okada versus Bryan, I didn't want to see that shit again.
And
shout out to WrestleNomics because they break down to a lot of the.
Yeah,
the only most viewed is the Will Ospreay one. That was 160.
But it's Will Ospreay. They like that man can walk. It's like Cirque du Soleil. Of course, they want to fucking see that.
And that wasn't even worth it.
I'm gonna keep adding on. All right, and I'm gonna. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go. All right, now I'm gonna go. Now I'm gonna fucking go. I was being nice. Now I'm gonna fucking go. All right. It's just gross. This show sucked. All right, and we're gonna go into a pay-per-view that's gonna be good. It will be good because it'll be fine because they're gonna tell good stories inside the match. But come on, man. Bryan versus Mox, great. We all want to see this. We all want to see a Shane coming. What's going on with the BCC? Will Wheeler turn? I'll talk about that in a second. But this Ospreay Ricochet Takeshita thing is just overkill. It's fucking overkill. At what point shouldn't it have just been, and we've talked about it, Takeshita versus Okada one-on-one, and then Ospreay versus Ricochet one-on-one. Split that down the middle. How much better already is the show? If you have Bryan versus Mox, Ricochet versus Ospreay, Takeshita versus Okada. How much better is the show already? All right.
It should have been that.
Right.
Yeah, but Tim will tell you what Bakley had to debate with me on Tuesday, but he'll tell you that.
And then let's go. Let's slide to the women really quick, okay? And I love Mariah May, and I love Willow, and I love Stat, and Mercedes is Mercedes. But the fact that Mercedes versus Stat isn't even going to make the show, and Mariah versus Willow has just been so thrown together. Sure, they've been booking it for 2.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks! And Willow has lost to Stat. It makes no fucking sense. The match makes no sense. And Mariah and Willow are doing their damnedest. They are two talented, badass, fucking beautiful women. But at the end of the day, it is bullshit that they were put in a situation to try to build a match in 2.5 weeks. All right? When Statlander should be in this match, and Statlander's heel to face turn is fucking ludicrous. What are you fucking doing? What the fuck are you doing? And you're gonna turn her face after this fucking great heel turn she's been on. It's been great. It's been great. Her character has been amazing. And now you're going to fucking turn her face again for what? To put her in a match against Mercedes that doesn't make a fucking pay-per-view? It didn't make the fucking pay-per-view. And then what? When she actually gets the match versus Mercedes, she's going to lose. So what the fuck was the point of her going face to heel to feud with her best friend, beat her best friend, not get a title match, not get a world title match, get a match versus Mercedes, not on the pay-per-view, and she loses it. What the fuck are you doing, Tony Khan? All the meanwhile, we got Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter pussyfooting fucking around this fucking women's division when there was no story ended with them. They were best friends. They did everything together. Okay, they might not like each other in real life, but let's not pretend that we're fucking idiots as fans. Tell the fucking story separating them. What are you doing? And Britt and Jamie and Stat and Mercedes not being on this show at Wrestle Dream is fucking disgusting. What are you fucking doing? Let's look at it. Mariah versus Willow is your only women's match. What the fuck? And Thunder Rosa's healthy, apparently. I thought Thunder Rosa was injured. She's healthy, apparently. And they're doing nothing with Thunder Rosa. Deonna Purrazzo's got this new fucking faction starting with Taya Valkyrie. What are they doing? They're fucking doing nothing. But yet, our only women's match is Mariah May versus Willow fucking Nightingale. So as much progress as we'd like to say this women's division is fucking making, where the fuck is the fucking progress? All right, it's going backwards. And Toni Storm, I know she's doing her thing fucking in Mexico and Japan, but goddamn, is she the only woman in this division who he knows how to book? Because he booked her great. So do we need Toni back that bad? Because he ain't fucking booking her. I digress. Let's keep moving. Jack Perry. Shibata. Love Shibata. But what the fuck? You have a whole roster of talent that can challenge Jack Perry for this belt, and you're going Shibata. Hey, that's weak as fuck. Private Party. Private Party. Let's keep it going. The tag team titles. Okay. So you want to fucking undersell me on the women's title match? Cool. You want to undersell me on the TNT championship match with Shibata? Cool. Oh, but now you're going to undersell me on the tag title match too. Okay. So you're going to give me Private Party versus the Young Bucks on this fucking pay-per-view. Okay. You could do that on Rampage. I'm sorry. No disrespect to Private Party. I get we want to build the originals up, right? That's the point of this whole show. But couldn't you just sprinkle the originals in over time and build the originals in separate fucking... Why are we doing this all at one fucking time? What are we doing? Private Party versus the Young Bucks on a pay-per-view does nothing for anybody. I'm sorry. Mark Briscoe and Chris Jericho. Okay, that's an ROH World fucking Championship match on a fucking ROH pay-per-view. The fucking fuck is this wasting my fucking time on this show? Hologram and the Beast. Love it. I love that. That's cool. But at the end of the day, their 2 out of 3 falls match could very well be a collision fucking middle of the show match. Not on a fucking pay-per-view, okay? Love it. Love it. It's going to be a banger, but what the fuck? Darby Allin and Brody King? We've seen it. What the fuck are we doing? You couldn't stir it up a little bit and do Darby Allin versus Malachi Black? Just give us a little bit of fun? Fucking twist it up a little bit? Wasn't Darby Allin just the #1 contender for the world title fucking a week ago? Now he's relegated back to mid-card bullshit versus Brody King? Wallace, what is Orange Cassidy doing? Okay. We built Orange Cassidy up to the point where we thought Orange Cassidy was going to be the next world champion when he lost the international title. And he is doing nothing. And Okada is doing nothing. So if we're going to do nothing with either one of them, why couldn't we just do Okada versus Orange Cassidy for the Continental Championship and at least put 2 fucking stars on the show? I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Swerve's going to talk. Cool. Okay. Swerve could have talked on Dynamite and had a fucking match on this show because he's fucking Swerve. All right. MJF making a movie. Your biggest star is gone. Wardlow. Where is he? Samoa Joe. Where the fuck are you? Fucking. And then we get Hangman and Jay White. Great. Love it. I love that. I love everything about that. Let's go. But at the end of the day, let's go back to the main event. He couldn't have fucking made it any more obvious, dude. Wheeler Yuta is sitting in the ring begging for Bryan to turn to him. Bryan is yesing while Wheeler's Wheeler's going to turn. It's so obvious. And the fact that Claudio and Pat, after all the build that they have had over the last month and a half, have no match at the show, makes me even sicker. So, fuck you, Tony Khan. You're bullshit. You booked your show like shit. You have booked your show down 500,000 views year over year. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
All right. Redeemer, you want to take over that now?
How the hell do I follow that? That's the question. Like, first off,
we'll start with NXT. Start with NXT.
Well, NXT was friggin' awesome. Like, the main thing, just first off, you start off with that 6-woman tag match. Honestly, as much as we shit on Fatal Influence and everything else, and just kind of like make jokes about it, like, oh, it's not toxic attraction. We get it. It's a good little faction going on there. They know how to like stir the pot with the women, and they're clearly still focusing on Kalani wanting the mid-card title. That's fine. Her teaming with Jade and Bianca was awesome. Those three as a team is a great sight. I mean, come on, they color coordinated. They were all three wearing purple. They're an awesome team.
Mm-hmm.
Axiom and Frazier versus A-Town Down Under for the tag titles. I thought that was awesome. Enjoyed the ever-living shit out of that. I love that A-Town Down Under still getting some recognition. I wish they'd kind of figure out what the hell we're doing with them, because we've been teasing them splitting up the entire time, yet we're still kind of keeping them together and forgetting about it here and there. But I digress on that. Tony beating Oba. I think it had to happen. I feel like me and Phil have talked about this multiple times, where it felt like Oba was booked into a corner. The man literally just recently became the longest reigning NXT North American champion. At this point, you can take the belt off him. It's not going to really hurt him. And plus, it was just Tony beating him by out wrestling him. It's not going to hurt Oba that much, so it's fine. So congrats to Tony on that. Randy and Javon Evans is exactly what I expected. It was fantastic, the two of them. Yes, it was disappointing.
No, you're fantastic.
Listen, it was disappointing that the freaking big RKO got messed up. But it was a situation where that's a hard freaking situation to be put in.
Sorry, Justin.
It's all good.
Sorry, baby.
Listen,
Melissa's over here fucking fist bumping in the background. I don't know why she's bumping. I turn around and we got.
Hi, Melissa.
Shouts.
I said hello. I don't know if you heard, but yeah, Justin, my bad.
So they were. That was a tough situation. Like, that's a hard move to like time, first off. But like the fact that Javon, I get Javon, like you could see he was clearly disappointed on how that went. Yeah. And you could see him apologizing to Randy. And it's like Randy literally just putting him over at the end to go literally like, it's okay, you're the fucking man, and like putting him over like that. I think that's fantastic, because like, look at this. Not only did Randy just put over one of the up and coming young guys, but he also just showed his fucking growth over the years that we've seen from Randy Orton. It's not the old Randy Orton where this would have happened and this man would have absolutely shit all over this man, like back he did back then.
You know, and I apologize for interrupting you, Redeemer. And I hate when when you mention the shitting on. Tell me why piece of shit Seltzer was shitting on Randy today on his fucking Observer. He was like, "Oh my god, he looked so slow." He was just like, "Oh, compared to like a main roster, he looked fine." But
the fuck does he expect Randy Orton to do?
What the fuck, like he put over this kid, even though he won the match, but he put over this kid.
Right? The fuck?
Like, what the fuck is your problem? Yeah. That's why, that's what I call. Like, that's why audio listeners to listen around the world. Why do every time that I come on this show always say "fuck him" all the fucking time?
I'll just say it right now, Meltzer, remove your fucking show. Because you're not fucking credible anymore.
You are fucking tribalism. That's all you are. You're a piece of shit. Like,
you're not credible no more, Meltzer.
No,
that's it. Get it
done.
over it.
Like, get over it. Like, come on. Randy did what he had to do for that match.
Yes.
And you're saying he looks slow. Oh my god, compared to like everything else. Bro, he's fucking, how tall is he compared to Javon Evans? Why are you gonna compare that? Like, oh,
who cares about the height? Like, goddamn, Meltzer.
Thank you. Oh my god.
I fuck off with Meltzer, man.
Fuck him.
Good lord. Julia and Stephanie Vaquer, I'm excited for them too as a tag team. I'm still a little iffy on the whole repairing Cora and Roxanne thing, but if it's gonna work as these two as a tag team, I'm with it. So I will give it a freaking shot.
All right, let me ask you this already. Do you want to pay a 4-way for that belt? Would you like to have that?
I'm not sure yet. I think if they did it and they could tell an interesting kind of story to go along with it, then yes, I'll be all for it.
Okay.
But overall, I think NXT was awesome. They nailed it. Dynamite, I will fucking just be right along on this. Let's take a giant, massive shit on it fucking thing right now.
And I'm Bagley. I'm Bagley, by the way. Fuck off. Tired of shit. Oh my god, but go ahead.
I'll start off. Darby and Brody King's little interaction was freaking cool. All right, I get it, but I'm with TK on this one as well. We've seen this match umpteen fucking times. It's literally spawning off of the fact that fucking Brody has choked out fucking Darby and dropped him multiple times. That's what we got for Darby Allin and fucking Brody King. Okay.
Shit, he did it that night.
Yeah, it's like
he hit it with the Rock too. Oh, Rock. What the fuck?
Same fucking thing over and over and over. Like, what the fuck? Just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat.
But I think we can all agree that is the best promo Darby has done.
Yes.
Oh,
It's fantastic.
Yeah, the promo was not wrong, but yes.
No, Darby's promo was fantastic, like easily. But it's just like it's tough because I like both those guys, but that matchup intrigues me so little because it's just like Darby literally throws an open challenge out after just coming off of becoming world number one contender to lose that number one contendership, and you're just like, all right, Darby, get the fuck back down there, stay down there, like we'll get to you when we get to you. Like, fuck off, Tony, with that bullshit. Garcia like staying is fine, okay? If you can fucking intrigue me and find out some way and tell me how the fuck you're gonna actually book Daniel Garcia, good luck with that one. Hologram and Commander was fucking awesome. All right, it's one of those big highlights on this dog shit fucking episode of Dynamite. Honestly,
hold on for a second.
Big agree.
That physically looked like a good match. That was the worst thing of the night until the Mortos and the rest of them came in. Because honestly, I was like, why is this fucking match happening?
That's because Tony loves hologram.
Purpose. The match had no purpose, but the match itself was fire.
Yes, the match was fire, but it had no fucking reasoning. It was literally just Tony saying, "Hey, look at Hologram's been on Collision for the most point. We want to get freaking Hologram on Dynamite. How the hell can we do this? Flippy shit with Commander. There you go. Like,
don't get me wrong. You're right. It was a good match, but I'm sitting there just going, I'm watching this cold. It's literally a Saturday Night Live cold opening. And you're sitting there going, oh, except this goes nowhere.
Yeah, but see, which it could have helped. I'm with you. What you're saying, and I apologize to interrupt you, Redeemer. But that would have been really more. He could have helped using that segment, using that match to put a matchup for Jack Perry to develop that title match against Shibata or Shibata type of style. Like, hey, develop it more because there really hasn't been no development in that at all. Like, there hasn't been anything. Or even Private Party. Why they couldn't have their tag matches and hey, look, we want those tag and have the Young Bucks sitting down there like, damn, all right, we have commentary. Okay, I see. Everybody gonna check. It's like a like
honestly, Private Party talking about we're going to do it because we beat them before. I'm like, it goes back to what you said, Tim. Yeah, you did it before because we saw it last time. The fuck do I want to see it again for? You guys haven't done anything literally for 5 years. You had one good match. And now we're supposed to be excited about you against the Bucks again?
For me, it's an intermission match. I hate to say that.
Yeah, no. Here's how I know Tony has very little foresight. Why is it not a number one contenders match for the TNT title between Shibata and Daniel Garcia?
No, it should have been really, honestly.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what? Why not? I mean,
because honestly, Shibata shooting his shot is fine, but truth be told, we know Shibata's not going to win. No offense to Shibata, but truth be told, Shibata versus Daniel Garcia, the wrestler versus Daniel Garcia, probably the most pure wrestler AEW has after Danielson. And I'm sitting there going, the moment Shibata goes, the belt's going to be up around my waist, I didn't care about the belt. I was like, Tony, why are these two not fighting? Why is there not a match between these two?
And you could have Orange Cassidy taking on Jack.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to. But the thing is, Daniel Garcia, even though he lost, Daniel Garcia came off a great run with MJF. A legitimately great run with MJF. And now you're going to like pretty much Do the same shit to him before. Make him wait for a match to get to what he wants. It's the same shit. So I'm sorry, Justin. I ain't mean to jump on your line.
I apologize, brother. Go for it, brother.
Yeah, but I enjoyed the match with Commander and Hologram. Again, it had no purpose being on the show. It was just there to be like, hey, we're just going to put Hologram on the show because we really like Hologram, and flippy shit with Commander is absolutely the way to go with it. Jake Roberts being with LFI is fucking stupid. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever. First off, Don Callis just saying, hey, I'm taking your guy right now, and you can take 3 of the guys that I technically don't actually have, is fucking stupid. Like, it makes no goddamn sense.
If only you heard Tony Khan's intermediate call about that switch when they asked him about it.
I don't care what his intermediate fucking call was, because you know what? At this point, it don't make no goddamn sense, Tony.
I know.
It really doesn't. I mean, honestly, with Lance Archer and Jake the Snake, it made sense for those two to be together because there's a aesthetic there. Those 3 dudes, I mean, I would give Jake Roosh, but I don't know what the other dudes are there for.
It's LFI, man.
Yeah, it's god awful.
That shit could be Element OP for all I give a fuck.
Okay, I'll tell you what Tony Khan said. Tony Khan said when they asked that question, why did switch? He decided to switch because he wanted to have Lance Archer, something that, Don Callis has international, really, which he does. I'm not discrediting with the credentials of Jake and anything else. And he mentioned that Don Callis could help, that really pretty much could help Lance Archer to get to a direction. And Jake could really help more with LFI because it's obviously the language, you could say. Hold on, but yeah.
I want you to know I'm about to just flip out right now. It took Tony Khan 5 years to realize, hey, Lance Archer could benefit being with Don Callis.
Yes, he did say that.
What is fucking the problem here? Clearly that.
I know.
First of all, I'm gonna go past the fact it's bullshit. First of all, I love the Murder Hawk Monster. He does not need Don Callis. He doesn't. He does not need Don Callis. Don Callis needs him because, truth be told, the guys he has are literally like just satellites for him.
You know what? Yeah. I'm with you guys. I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm just going with it. No.
I hear you. I'm sorry. Yeah, I wasn't yelling at you, but it sounds like bullshit.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. When I heard it, I was like, what?
Lance Archer has been there for 5 years, and honestly, he has been switching between there and Japan because Tony can't do shit with him. He does not know how to book him, and that man has had to go back and forth. He's been on the AEW roster, but spent more time in fucking Japan than he has on the AEW roster.
Well, he spent more in Japan than the Indies.
Oh my God, no. Tony, why did you have to try to come up with an explanation for that? We all knew it was bullshit. Oh my God.
And it's like I said, it makes no sense.
I'm stunned. I'm floored right now.
It makes no sense. And but Justin, back to you, man.
Mark Briscoe, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to deal with this shit. Like, fucking why? Just fucking go away, Jericho. I'm done with your shit. I'm tired of trying to fucking. I gave you your chances early on, and I'm done with it. I'm so fucking tired of this bullshit of Jericho fucking hogging up space and challenging for titles and trying to make them relevant and all this other bullshit. You did what you needed to do when you fucking showed up in the company to begin with in the first year of it to fucking win the world title, to give the freaking company some recognition, to be like, look, Chris Jericho's our world champion. That'll make people want to tune in. Of course it will, because you got Chris Jericho as your fucking champion. Well, guess what? We're done with that. We're at year 5. It's not fucking time for Chris Jericho to still be here. Go away, Jericho. You're not helping anybody. You're not helping the roster. You're just fucking making us all fucking suffer with this learning tree bullshit.
Justin, would you say he's ruining the conglomeration?
No.
Yes.
No, he's just fucking dragging the conglomeration into some bull.
Show y'all how we do in the conglomeration, baby. That's right, because we're about to.
I wish Mark Briscoe would just bite his head off.
I just say conglomeration.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. I actually think Tim is right because remember that segment backstage where Rocky?
Where are you? I want to hug you and kiss you, fuck, man.
But here's the thing, though. I remember the segment backstage with Rocky Romero and Jericho. And
God.
Yeah, exactly. I watched that segment, and my first thought is, why are you bothering Rocky Romero?
Right?
Like literally, why are you bothering Rocky? Like literally, it was not like, oh, Rocky need to watch his back. It was, why are you bothering Rocky Romero?
It's not even like Rocky's in the conglomeration.
He's a peripheral member.
Oh, he is now. He is now. He got voted in.
It's just so fucking god awful in every sense of the word. The fatal four-way for the number one contendership. It's just giving Willow an opportunity to say, hey, now we have a reason to say she deserves this matchup against Mariah May because she beat 3 former women's champions. That still doesn't make any goddamn sense as to why the fuck Willow's in this match still. Just because she beat 3 former women's champions does not mean that she should be in this match, all because all she did was step up to Mariah May and say, I want a title match. And that's it.
The way that little fucking motherfucker announced it on TikTok. Like,
so stupid, dude.
Gave it away. His super excitement to say that Willow is fighting 3 former women's world champions. He gave the fucking match ending away.
It was obvious from the beginning, even when it was still the Britt match.
So
we knew she was going to beat Britt.
Now 3. Like, get the fuck out of here.
This is back to Tony's short-sightedness. I didn't know I wanted Willow and Nyla till I saw just a couple of exchanges between the both of them.
That's fine.
And honestly, here's the thing. Because Tony's got short-term attention span, he can't do a long booking. But if it's me, I literally go for a long-term storytelling where not this pay-per-view, but the next one, Willow has to fight her way to Mariah May. And that means going through everybody who was in that number one contenders match. Like, shit, do it. You don't even need to do it once a week. You can literally do it one time on Raw, one time on fucking Dynamite, one time on Rampage, or one time on Collision, and then that way you could do it. But honestly, basically just a number one contenders match is, at this point, it's become Tony's crutch. Like, if I can't book a storyline, I'm just gonna make a number one contenders match.
Yeah, but I mean, like, Bully Ray said it very well a long time ago about it, and I agree with what he said about that. This guy doesn't like stories. He wants to book independent wrestling on a national television fucking platform, internationally, and it's I'm like I said it. I've been saying it forever since the start of the AEW. It's cool, but you have to give stories. No matter what, I'm gonna continue for everybody who are listening and watching that no matter what, professional wrestling is just like fucking soap opera. It's what you watch on national television, watch your favorite television shows, everything what you watch. It's like, but it gets you intrigued of what are you gonna tell the next story. You're gonna give an explanation. That I'll always say that, but it's just like people don't get it. Certain people understand, like, oh yeah, hell yeah, okay. That's why I said I said this on Tuesday, and Tim and fucking just could vouch for what I'm saying. It's like it's 50-50. Yes, you got the 50-50 crowd that likes that independent wrestling type of style on national television, but yeah, you got another 50 crowd that keep in mind that we grew up before AEW existed. There were stories told back in the days. You and I can go back, Phil. Back in the day. Yeah,
you're right.
I'm just saying. But
you're right.
Right. That's my point that I'm saying about this product. Is always like how Bully says, and I'm with him on that, is what's missing. Is tell me an explanation why. Don't just book something just to do it. That's the problem why AEW has for the last couple of weeks. Is a book last minute marketing. Why do you do that all the time?
Here's Tony's issue. Here's Tony's issue. He seems to confuse a great match storytelling with overall storytelling, like long-term storytelling. Because, like, think about it. All the matches we watch had good storytelling in them, but that's not a story that's not what I mean. Honestly, I don't know how to separate it between match storytelling and long-term storytelling is how I'm separating it. Like, that's the difference between MJF and Daniel Garcia versus, say, Commander and Hologram.
You know,
Did Hologram and Commander had
you know what Tony Khan is, Pepsi Phil?
Yeah.
He's a fucking virgin, all right?
Yes.
But if this motherfucker would have just waited to pop fucking his cherry a couple more weeks, Ricochet, I screamed about it 3 weeks ago, all right? Ricochet and Will Ospreay had no fucking right being on that 5th anniversary show.
No, it didn't.
Granted, he made it okay with how the match ended with Takeshita, but he put himself into this bullshit triple threat match into not having Okada on the card and having Takeshita switching fucking storylines because he needed to pop his fucking teenage fucking fetish. He's an idiot. That was Will Ospreay should have been the semi-main event on Wrestle Dream, and they should have fucking pushed it as this monstrous fucking match. But instead,
give that man the pin.
Even I digress on that. I don't think that should have even been a thing. They should have waited even longer for that. You can't just have fucking Ricochet. You can't confront Will Ospreay, who says, go win some matches. You win 2 fucking matches and then just go title match.
Justin, I don't think that shit should have went down for like 4 months. I think they should have tagged.
Oh, definitely not.
Takeshita and the Don Callis family, and then did something down the road. I'm just saying, if he needed to pop his cherry, if he needed to do it, he could have fucking waited 2-3 fucking weeks and just did it at the fucking pay-per-view where people pay.
World's End. World's End would have been World's End would have been perfect. No, you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong with it. You're absolutely right. That's the issue here. But somebody else that we talked to on Tuesday, and I know he's watching because and I love you because we got to do a fucking dojo debate. Shit. You're not talking to you, Ginger. It's like you're but he's telling the story about how he's Okada. That's the case. Then give me Okada interfering in this match, then give me a story. But there isn't. You separated that motherfucker from that to this. Like, it doesn't make no fucking sense that you have this guy going eye to eye with somebody. I'm going after your belt in a fucking tag match, and then going after this one all of a sudden because you're backing up Don Callis. I get it. He's your boy. That's fine. I get that. But it's coming a tag match type of way, or anything, some kind of style. But you're putting him in this fucking matchup.
I got a question. I got a question for you. Who was Okada fighting in Wrestle Dream?
Nobody.
That is the problem right there. That is the fucking problem. It's fucking Okada.
Thank you.
Like, you brought him in because he was Okada.
Thank you.
The Elite is a problem right now.
The Elite is a huge fuck.
The Elite is a problem big time as a whole right now.
Yeah,
the Bucks don't have the tag team titles. They don't fucking defend them except once in a fucking blue moon. Okada has the Continental title that goes fucking nowhere, and Jack Perry has like maybe one match once in a fucking blue moon as well.
Yeah.
So the Elite has 3 championships amongst 4 guys.
Yeah.
And somehow they feel so fucking irrelevant. Can you tell me why? Why? Because no one cares. The Young Bucks is nowhere near the tag titles. Second of all, the new John Moxley BCC stable shits all over the Elite. So if that's the new heel stable, then what the fuck is the Elite doing? And then what's the learning tree doing? Okay. So
the main issue with the Elite right now is the fact that their fucking biggest story that they tried to tell of a big fucking hostile takeover didn't fucking work at all. Didn't do jack shit.
So I'm gonna go back to,
and I don't even know if that's working yet. That's still not even really working.
It's not gonna work till Shane gets there. It's not gonna work till Shane.
All right, are you guys ready to talk about predictions?
Oh no, not yet, but yeah.
All right, let me know when.
I'm gonna give. This is how Tony does not have any foresight. You have Moxley and his new faction, whatever the fuck it is, or we call it BCC 2.0. Why is there not a storyline where the BCC 2.0 goes against the conglomeration?
Oh, hold on. Let's
I'll finish wrapping up Dynamite quick. Really quick. Okay, so
beautiful.
The Emmy and Mercedes thing. Listen, I like Emi Sakura. Okay, I do. I'm not into this freaking Mercedes Moné shit right now whatsoever. Why? Fucking why? Emi Sakura is another one. You literally just had a moment where fucking your women's champion defended her title against a woman who hasn't been on the fucking show in damn near 3 years in Yuka Sakazaki. You now have Mercedes Moné defending her women's championship against another woman who has not been on the show for damn near 3 years.
And why? And honestly, Emi Sakura is Wrestle Dream material.
Yes, as much as she's a fucking damn near legend in this goddamn business.
Exactly. And you saw that match, right?
Justin, that's beautifully said.
I don't care what anyone says. Emi carried that match 100%.
Yes. It was all Emi. 1000%. You were right, Phil. But it just didn't make no goddamn sense as to why it is fucking happening.
No.
Your one championship match on your title Tuesday is a match against involving a woman who has not literally been on the fucking show in years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like fucking stupid. And the main event was, in my honest opinion, it was fine as a tag team match.
Yeah.
But it is fucking just brutally honest at this, like obvious at this point, that Wheeler's turning. And to me, that shit makes no goddamn sense as to why, in the end, what in the fuck was the point of doing the whole situation of Wheeler going, no, why are you beating up Brian? Why are you doing, what is the fucking point?
Because Brian
generally, what was the interest?
Because Brian needed a partner.
It's fucking dumb. It's just dumb. Like, I'm sorry. Tony Khan is literally just, again, I've said it multiple times. He's just booking the show week to week. He's not doing anything. There's clearly fucking issues in this company, and all he's doing is just either avoiding them or throwing money at them to try to fucking cover them up. And that is it.
I stand by my ass statement. The BCC 2.0 versus the conglomeration. There's your storyline. Brian needs help. You get the Mark Briscoe and Brian Danielson versus what, Claudio and Moxley. Nobody wants to see that.
Or let's be real. I've been saying for how long that the conglomeration needed to beat the patriarchy for those fucking Briscoe, Orange, and Kyle O'Reilly having the trios titles.
Yeah,
this gives them something to fucking do.
I know I'm going off topic, but Justin, look what they announced right now. They announced in TNA at Bound for Glory, a triple threat ladder match. ABC, the System, and the Hardys for the tag.
Jesus. Okay.
Oh, nice. Way to go, TNA.
Yeah.
My God.
Speaking of tag team,
we are doing fucking watch along for Bound for Glory for sure.
So but the thing is though, like in the end, the long short of it is that Dynamite, Clash of the Champions, not Clash of the Champions.
Wonderful.
Didn't make any sense and felt so felt so broken and jagged that it did not make any sense at all. And the fact that Okada doesn't have anyone to fight and Wrestle Dream when Louis Takeshita was fucking right there waiting, and Tony just pulled him off because he wanted a triple threat with Will Ospreay and Ricochet.
Yeah. I'm not even intrigued by that either, honestly.
Yeah,
because I hate how they handled that whole situation. We went from Takeshita challenging, basically, obviously challenging for Okada, and then all of a sudden said, "Yeah, just not yet."
Yeah, I mean, honestly, though,
don't tease us for that shit, man. Fuck.
Yep.
And the thing is, Takeshita and Ospreay and Ricochet, honestly, and I hate to say it this way, we've seen it before.
Yeah,
we have seen it before. Technically, Ricochet is the side chick in the match that's hanging out with him.
That's so obvious.
Who here thinks Ricochet has a shot in hell of winning that match?
No, I don't. Well, you want to?
No, I think he's obviously in. I think he's honestly in the match to take the pin.
Yeah.
Right, so should we get into it, or should we get into it?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's do it.
Yes, let's do it.
Let's close it out here. It's time, folks. So yes, it's prediction time.
7 deities have come to me with a very powerful premonition.
Wonderful. That's right. It is time to predict this fucking card. That's right. We have a 1 hour, 0 hour. I don't know why, but it's what it is. Yeah, we have. Let's see. We have that in 0 hour. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 matches. But
Of course,
I'm gonna be an asshole. But I'm gonna start with these because I don't give a fuck what everybody says, and I'm gonna say who are listening and watching. I'm gonna put the Mortals and Hologram as like a 0 hour alongside with Atlantis, and which I'm excited to see that because I love Atlantis Jr. He's reminds me of his dad. I love his dad, so big fan of his dad. But I am excited to see this. But let's talk about these three before we get into the actual main card. Even though that this one is the actual main card, but I'm sorry, I said I'm gonna put it as 0. Like with Swerve, I put him here in 0 because I feel like we're gonna get our answer, and that means we might, like how C. Henry mentioned on the chat. We're gonna see Bobby Lashley probably come out and Shelton Benjamin attacking Swerve here, and Prince Nana, or just Prince Nana, and then just fucking Swerve giving his decision maybe the following week, and we'll see how the world will end of his decision. So I quote on that, and yes, no pun intended, world's ends, but it seems like it is. But I am excited though, to be honest, to see really Atlantis Jr. finally coming to the stage defending that Ring of Honor Television Championship. Tim will call it the fake championship. But I'm excited for it. To see Brian Cage. I love Brian Cage because he's a friend of mine as well in SoCal. I represent SoCal, and he picked our producer really high. And I know you're watching, Leo, so I know you're like right behind the scenes. You're watching on your computer. Say hi to Aileen. And you're but it's just, I don't know. For me, this is like, okay, I feel that this should not be in the fucking main card. Like I just don't feel it. I don't.
Shouldn't even be on the card. Period. Whether even the 0 hour, it should be on fucking Collision.
It shouldn't be. Which
honestly,
there's no Collision. I have a preview for the Rampage before we end the show,
Yeah.
but on this one, I can tell you very quick my side. I'm just excited for that match, Atlantis and Brian Cage. I want to see what Atlantis could do for the American audience to see what he could do. He hasn't really been as much. We already know what Hologram and Beast Mortals were going to do. I'm not going to question them. They're going to give a great, fantastic match. Of course, out of the 2-3 falls, who's going to win? I don't know. No, Tony Khan, because that's his invention. Hologram, you see yourself, Tony Khan, that you wrestle this way? Well, buddy, you don't wrestle that way, and you'll never wrestle away. And the tombstone you take from the Bucks, that was bullshit.
That's fucking bullshit.
Bullshit! You're bullshit, Tony Khan. Because you already know. Why did you think you didn't invite? And I put the form for Game Breakers and COD to get your media call, and you've not invited us. There's a reason why. It's okay. It's okay. We're not mad. It's fine. When the day comes, when you see GameBreakerSports.com, when it's up to that level, baby, then you'll be like, okay, let me have them.
Can I get a bitch about Brian Cage, please?
Okay, but once we get to that, I'm telling you, Tim or myself will fucking say you're bullshit, Tony Khan, and to kick us out, fuck. I don't care.
So
I just want to get out of my way. Go ahead. You want to take away? Go ahead.
So Brian Cage is probably one of the most gifted big men in wrestling right now.
Very gifted. What the hell?
What I do not understand is why he's on fucking ROH anything. If you really want to have your quote-unquote Wrestle Dream 5th anniversary match, the fact that Brian Cage wasn't anywhere around there is fucking crap. It makes no fucking sense. Brian Cage has literally been holding it down for so long, and truth be told, for some reason, Tony can't book a big man to save his life. Now, don't get me wrong. Is it hard? Yes. It is very difficult to book a big man. But it ain't like the independent scene don't have big men. Because trust me, the fact that we've only had one time of Brian Cage versus Lance, the Murder Hawk, is tragic. The fact that we've never seen Cage, we've only seen Cage and Wardlow
once,
and not even
Once,
in one-on-one, not even in one-on-one, but as a tag match. Literally, probably the most dumbest thing I've ever seen. And here's the thing: if anyone's talking about, man, you can't book a big man match, why don't you ask Bronson Reed and Braun Strowman that say the same? Tell me you can't book big men. You got enough enough slap happy dudes over there who are pretty beefy, who you can pull like an entire division that way.
No, you're beefy, all right? You're beefy.
And I will say this that pisses me off, because at one point, big meaty men slapping meat was the internet trend. Tony literally went, "We gonna have a big meaty men slap meat match," and in the end, no, he didn't have it. He broke it. It couldn't happen because he didn't book it right. Because just throwing big meaty men in the ring with no story makes no sense, because then you can't put everyone together. So at this point, and I'll let you finish the rest of it.
No, go ahead, finish it. You already started.
As much as it hurts me to say this, I am not vested or have any interest in ROH TV, because ROH is not on TV.
That's fucked. I don't care. That is fucked up. Damn.
No.
That's fair.
It's like Pepsi.
Griff Garrison! Oh, who the fuck is Griff Garrison? This is Griff Garrison!
Griff Garrison.
Griff Garrison.
Griff Garrison has been on TV more than the ROH TV title.
Griff
Garrison's been having Maria Kanellis in his corner.
All right, Redeemer, I want to hear you.
That is literally the thing. But yeah, go ahead. Who's next?
Redeemer, go ahead, Poppy.
It's so hard to get invested in this, because again, Brian Cage is fucking fantastic, but why the fuck is he floating around Ring of Honor? Jesus God. I don't know shit about Atlantis Jr. yet, but I'm intrigued to find out what the fuck he could do.
He could do good.
But what the hologram and Beast Mortos match does not belong on this fucking card. You literally just put them together because holy shit, high flying flippy match, and that's fucking it. And now they have 2 out of 3 falls. Come on, Tony. This is the prime example of just literally doing shit on the fly, which Tony does fucking best, and that is it. The ROH title, why is it on? It just doesn't. ROH doesn't get any fucking love whatsoever, and then you put it on the show people will give a shit. Nobody's gonna give a shit, and it sucks to say that. It sucks to say that.
Titles are on the show.
It's just ridiculous. Yeah, and their Ring of Honor World Championship's going to be on the show, and that's even worse.
That's it.
Your World Championship means nothing.
Their top 2 men's titles are on the show. Yep.
And they mean nothing.
God forbid Athena. God forbid.
I don't get how she does it. I just don't get it. I don't understand.
Floppy, what do you got for us?
Oh man, I've seen 3 out of 4 of these guys at Warrior Wrestling a bunch, man. Hologram used to be a Ramis, he was fucking fantastic. The Beast Mortos, I forget his old name, but
Black Taurus.
Yes, Black Taurus, man, fantastic.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right.
Brian Cage. Yo, there's literally 2 luchador matches right on the screen, because Brian Cage is an unmasked luchador. That's what he is.
Yeah.
In a nutshell, yes.
Yes.
I won't be long-winded about it. While I feel like Hologram and Mortos should not be on this card, mad props going from Warrior Wrestling 3 years later, wrestling on a fucking high school in summer, to a pay-per-view 2 out of 3 falls match. So mad props to both of those guys, because they're great. Both of them are fucking great. But Hologram all day. And then Brian Cage better get his first singles title in AEW. I have to imagine he's in this match for that reason, to get his first singles title in AEW. So Brian Cage, Hologram.
Yeah. What about
Swerve? Swerve. Oh my God. Fuck. Come on. I mean, we've been waiting for this. Bobby's coming. Bobby and Swerve at the next AEW pay-per-view, 1-on-1. I don't want them together. I want Bobby to be, if the Hurt Syndicate's the Hurt Syndicate, if it's a thing. I don't want Swerve in it. Swerve has become.
I still keep feeling it. I'm calling it, TK.
AEW lacks faces. They lack faces. They lack genuine baby faces. And if Bryan's retiring, other than Darby, who the fuck is their baby face? Ospreay. All right, fine. All right, cool. You can say Ospreay and maybe Jay White now. But Swerve's him, man. If you turn Swerve heel, who the fuck is on the babyface side of the roster? That's my only thing. Swerve has done such a good job. So he ain't even a face. He is not a fucking face. He is Stone Cold. He is fucking Stone Cold. He is as down the middle as it gets. So like, I don't want Swerve's character changing. Hurts in the kit, not hurts.
Yeah. Hey Tim, you know why they don't have any faces? No long-term storyteller.
Yeah. It's literally just book a match because it's a banger.
Exactly. And honestly, let's face it, everyone's like their face and heel persona is like 5 minutes of just, I don't feel like it. Sure,
Yeah.
why? Let me burn your house down.
Hangman.
Yep. No, yeah. Man, I don't want Swerve to go fucking heel again. I just think he is perfect the way he is.
Well, and I'll say this: it's a lot easier booking a heel than it is a face.
Yeah.
And I don't. That's the thing about it. It was a lot easier for Hangman to turn, and it was a lot easier for Jay White to turn than it was making him a face. Usually, it's like they come back from an injury and they're a face. Look at Britt Baker; she got hurt. All of a sudden, she came back. She's a face.
Look at Jay
Hangman's
White.
was easy because it was justified.
Jay White comes back, he's a face just because.
Exactly.
I mean, he was flirting with it before, but still. You know.
I told him he said on time. It's like, don't cheer me. No, I'm not your face. Like I did like that.
So here's an example.
Sure,
Now I'll use WWE only because it's an example of storytelling. Roman Reigns was off television for 4 months because God knows that man deserved it. In 4 months, without ever showing up on television, they wrote a story where at a certain point, God bless Paul Heyman for the sacrifice. They wrote a storyline where everybody was like, Roman, please come save us. Never showing up on television. All it was just storytelling. Like storytelling about Solo, but which they built up Solo and the rest of the bloodline. But in the end, they built a face.
Yes.
Like is Roman a true whole 100% face? Probably not. But at the same time, he still came back well enough as a face that people are like, ooh, Cody and Roman on one side. Good Lord. The worlds collide, no pun intended.
But you're right. Roman didn't do anything that he didn't do before. He came back, same mannerisms, same moveset. The people cheered him. It was just
he has a justified story though. Think about it. Like Solo is not only just watching his. They took out the wise man. They also freaking brought in people that technically are not part of the family. They're trying to basically take his position.
Yeah. And like if you look at AEW, like literally, like you said, you got Darby, you got Will Ospreay. Hey. You got Darby, Will Ospreay, and I guess maybe I don't know who else we got as a face. Maybe Daniel Garcia, Bryan Danielson. That's only 4 right there.
Danny's a baby face, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Let's get into the main card.
But in the end, how many heels do they have on there? It's literally almost all. And I'll give you Jay White. But Jay White's more. I mean, Jay White's on closer to a tweener. I don't know what the fuck Juice Robinson is.
He's a tweener.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into the fucking main card.
Okay, let's do the card.
Let's do the card now. All right, because I excluded the hologram one because I don't want to exclude that shit or the situation. So we literally have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I put pretty much 8 here. That's what you see all around us here. So we'll start off with, of course, Darby Allin and Brody King, excuse me. And then after that, we'll do the Jack Perry and Shibata. So
I would like to start with going, I don't care.
Okay. So fine. You already said both of them you don't care.
But please continue.
Right.
That is justified right there.
All right. You already justified. Not testified. Justified. So, all right. So, Bobby TK, you take it away, brother. Which I'll go to the rest real quick. You take it over right quick for those two matches. Go ahead and go right about.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Darby and Brody, Darby for sure. That's very easy. It's probably the most obvious match on the card, honestly. Well, maybe like the second most obvious match on the card behind the Young Bucks. But yeah, Darby definitely beats Brody King 100%. I think the whole panel would agree with that. Mark Briscoe and Chris Jericho, ROH title. Does that intrigue you at all, Justin? I know the match doesn't intrigue you, but do you think Jericho might get the title? Or is it?
Do you think I give a shit if he wins the fucking title? Absolutely fucking not, dude. Don't give a rat's fucking ass. It's not gonna. First off, Jericho's already won the ROH World Title, and what the fuck did that do? Not a fucking thing. It resulted in Claudio winning the world title by beating him with a giant swing. Congratulations. You fucking built up Claudio to finally win a world title so he could fucking lose to Eddie Kingston, which was absolutely the right decision to make in its own right. But anyway, Jericho didn't do fucking jack squat to elevate that title the first time. He's not going to do jack shit to fucking elevate it a second time.
Yeah. Pubsy Phil?
Honestly, fuck. I don't care.
So we're 2 matches in and 2 matches that we don't care for.
Honestly,
yes.
Darby and Brody saw it before already.
Yep.
If Darby, yay, Mark Briscoe and Chris Jericho, there is nothing that makes makes tension happen. The only thing is that Jericho said something about Jay, which is a cheap spot in and of itself.
It's just cheap heat right there.
Yeah, exactly. But truth be told, I don't want to see Mark Briscoe and Jericho. I will see Mark Briscoe versus the Bounty Hunter. Shit, I would take Mark Briscoe versus Big Bill.
I'll take Mark Briscoe versus Orange Cassidy. Fuck.
Yeah.
I'll take Mark Briscoe versus anybody on the fucking roster that's not Chris Jericho.
Yeah.
I'll let Mark Briscoe wrestle a fucking chicken. I don't give a shit.
Christian would be fun. Like that would be
it would, like, because here's the thing. As much as Christian may get shit for being a quote unquote old guy, Christian raises people he wrestles.
Yes.
Like they go up to a next level. If you look at everyone who's been against Christian, they have all gone on to do better things. With Jericho, I used to think this, but of late, his work with other people have pretty much done nothing for him. What did he do for Hook? Nothing.
Not a thing.
He lowered Hook. He made Hook lower on the card.
Yeah. So I don't like in this. I mean, obviously, I'm going to pick Mark Briscoe because honestly, Jericho winning makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how fucking Tony's going to book it. He may think it's hot to have Jericho win and have a conglomeration learning tree problem. Which would
fuck no.
Yeah. Like that might be his story right there.
All right. So, let's keep moving. Jack Perry, Shibata, because you guys want to talk about matches you don't give a fuck about. I'm gonna talk about match I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about Jack Perry and Shibata. This is the most. You know what? This might be the most obvious fucking match on the fucking card. Who is winning? This
it is.
Great.
It is.
It's obvious, dude.
Fuck.
I mean,
it's literally obvious to the fucking last letter.
I mean, I love Shibata, but I'm like, what the fuck you gonna do, bro? The fuck you gonna do? Again, right now, Jack Perry is fucking smoking hot, and you talking out. You were literally talking English through your phone. Which
he's literally just gonna go out there, have a banger with fucking Jack Perry.
Yeah.
But Jack Perry's gonna retain, and that is it.
And boys, you know what? If they wanted to get Shibata on the card, which I'm totally cool with, why not? And you needed Takeshita to be involved in the international championship match for whatever the fuck reason. Why don't you just throw back to Shibata versus Okada on this card and go Jack Perry versus Orange Cassidy? I'm going to live on this fucking Jack Perry versus Orange Cassidy thing. But why not throw back, get Okada on the card? Makes the card so much better and do Okada versus Shibata and throw back to that match.
I mean, honestly, it makes a lot more. First of all, it's Okada. And as much as, and all due respect to Okada, as much as that man is getting paid, I'll put whether it's a story or not, I'm putting Okada on every single pay-per-view to get my money's worth.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yes.
And like I said, and honestly, as much as I'd like Shibata, honestly, Okada and Takeshita is way more compelling for me.
All right, so what did I miss? What do you guys talk about so far?
Everything we don't care about.
Yep.
So basically, Poppy, we're 3 out of 3 matches in that we don't care about. We talked about Mark Briscoe and Jericho, Jack Perry and Shibata, and Darby and Brody. We also suggested maybe Shibata versus Okada would have been a better match than a Shibata and Jack Perry, but that's where we're at, brother.
All right, so I'm with you on the other two, which is Mark Briscoe and Jericho. Fine, Briscoe, I see him winning. The Darby and Brody, yeah, I see Darby winning. He needs to win that one anyways. He needs to rebound from the loss that he had. The one thing that gave me an idea what I was using El Baño was, what are we getting? Why can we do a story or a revelation of that Jack Perry was the one that jumped Taz, and it was actually him? Because
that would be fine.
But again, but hear me out though. Here's the thing. Remember Shibata, and I said this Tuesday to Tim, and I said it to Justin. That remember Shibata is alongside with Hook, you know, because they teamed up before, and I can see Jack Perry he'll win, going after Maz, going crazy, and then the following Dynamite, he said, there's a video camera that it was actually Jack Perry the one that jumped Taz, and then you can have Hook, you motherfucker, now going after that belt. If you go Hook, because remember the NCW title is not retired. So now, if you can have Hook in this situation against Jack Perry, I wouldn't mind that. That was something that would help both of these guys build that title to be like, oh shit, here we go. This is a personal situation. You know,
So
I'm just saying, but
I'm going to say this, and nobody will probably agree with. I don't think Hook can wrestle.
That's fair.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think
he's a great suplex guy, and I think he's a great holds guy. But right now, I have not seen anything to show me that he can put some shit together in a series move.
I am with you, but this is why I said that he's improving. What better way to improve him than get involved in this type of situation?
But isn't that what Jericho was for? Isn't that what Samoa Joe was for?
Oh, that's clearly what Jericho was for, but that didn't do jack shit because Jericho can't do that.
No, he did it for others that worked, but this one maybe didn't work out with him. However, we don't know how this situation will work with the story with Jack Perry. We don't know that. I can't answer that until we see it. You know, we don't know that because you got 2 young athletes that are not far. So I'm not going to answer it very quick and say yes, it will help him. I'm saying that it will help him story developing wise, segment wise, promo wise. Now, because keep in mind that man does not know how to speak at the mic at all. He needs to fix that issue. Wrestling wise, I'm with you too. That there's certain things, yes, but there could be ways for that to be built. So, yeah, we're gonna.
Truth be told, honestly, the fact that he's like, honestly, I would have that man roll with everybody in the BCC because he is definitely, he is definitely a ground and pounder, which is perfectly fine. But the problem is that he is not putting moves together, and honestly, at a certain point, it's hip toss, suplex, hip toss.
I know,
and honestly,
because he's trying to make his dad like. I know that should be cut off. I'm with you. I'm not saying you're wrong about that.
No, I mean his dad could do it because his dad could wrestle.
I know that, Bill, but I'm saying that the character in the ring that's overrated already. It's done. Like,
I know, and I understand what you're saying, and like I don't know, I will freely admit, technically, as much as we don't want to talk about it, Hook is still literally a rookie. And not everybody's Kurt Angle.
No, yeah, you're right. He's a rookie. I say it, but I'm not like burying him. He's trying.
No.
Hook
in the BCC, as fucked up as this sound is, their muscle would be awesome.
Yeah,
him and Marina Shafir walking around just choking people out.
Yeah, and think about that dude, like the amount of education he could get, because like BCC already showed, because look what they did for Wheeler Yuta. Don't remember, Wheeler could already wrestle already, obviously.
Yeah,
but they added to his move set, which was perfect. So, which I think they do it. So, but either way, in the end, do we care about Hook? No, we do not.
All right. Poppy TK, what do we got next?
All right, let's go. Let's swing over to the tag team championship match. I'm gonna ask if you guys care about it again. Private Party and the Young Bucks. Let's swing it. Justin, what's your level of care? Obviously, who's winning the match?
Can I just be like the brutally honest here? Like this, like whole show really to me is really just not there for me.
Yeah.
Like, and I'll even freaking say it. Like, this is another one of those obvious, very obvious freaking matches right now. It is literally going to be the Bucks retaining. Like, they're going to keep this unsufferable fucking elite holding titles thing going on, and I don't even know when the fuck it's going to end.
Once again, poor booking for Wrestle Dream. Why is this not the Acclaimed?
Oh, then fucking you, Pussy Phil.
Why is this not the Acclaimed? Why not the Acclaimed?
And they should win this match, the Acclaimed.
Because they fucked the Acclaimed.
Yeah.
They basically fucked the Acclaim when they decided to say, hey, apparently you versus the Bucks is just not good enough. We need FTR in there because, man, if we can't have our FTR Bucks interaction, we ain't doing it right.
Right,
like,
and Justin,
fuck off, Tony.
Fair, FTR should have taken the loss in that match, and then the Acclaim should have beaten them clean here to get their fucking tag title win. Just saying.
Yes.
100% Pepsi Phil.
Yeah, no, they bring in GYV after that just to fucking have GYV take a fucking L to FTR because it's bullshit.
GYV just lost to the fucking Outrunners. They ruined GYV. Fuck off.
Bro, fuck off, Tony Khan.
Yeah, fuck off with all of that. Get out of here.
And honestly, does anybody really want to fucking watch the Young Bucks versus Private Party?
No.
No.
Like, and don't get me wrong, they are like Private Party is doing their best to be a little bit harder, and I like the fact that they had a little segment with Stokely. But honestly, you do that shit on a Wednesday, you do that shit on Tuesday, and Wrestle Dream is Saturday. What the fuck?
Look at that, De Niro just fucking nailed.
Spot on, De Niro.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you, De Niro.
We already know the Elite, so I don't.
And honestly, if y'all y'all should really follow Delorean podcast because that shit right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All I know is that I got nothing to say. You guys already said it. So what we got next, puppy?
all right. We're gonna keep moving.
Remember, you're a host here. I'm not.
I know. I'm just laughing because we're 4 matches in, and it's just all sorts of levels of not giving a fuck, and that's sad because it's a pay-per-view that we're expected to pay $50 for, and
we're doing a watch along for that here on Saturday.
Oh no!
I'll tell you right now. This is going to be the fucking $50 I'm going to regret spending.
Oh no! I didn't spend $50. I'm saving that for Maple Leaf Wrestling.
Oh no! That'll be next. Justin,
yes. There will be a watch along right here on the Debate Network Saturday night for Wrestle Dream, and there will be also a watch along for Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling.
Fuck yeah.
Going down. So be ready for that, folks. But we'll keep swinging it. Hopefully we start getting into a couple matches that we care about. You know, I'll swing into this one before the 3 main events. Mariah versus Willow. I think Mariah is going to win. Yeah. I would love to care about this match, but I don't because Mariah is going to win, and it's going to build some Mariah versus Nina until Tony comes back. And Willow is just a placeholder. And Willow being a placeholder is a waste of her time and a waste of my time.
Yeah. Basically everything that freaking Mariah has that's going to lead up that before she ever has a match with Nina is literally just filler for her.
So, yeah, this goes back to what you said, Tim. Willow lost. Why does she think she deserves to have? Yeah, congratulations on number 1 contenders like match you had. Mm-hmm. You were great, but you got a long way to go before you're worthy of a championship. Yep. And as much as I love Willow, and honestly, I love the idea of Willow and Mariah May, I don't see how that logically can happen. Like A does not connect to B. And granted they gave her that one match, but honestly, it does not sell it for me. Like again, I'm with Tim. It's going to be Mariah May. She's still way too hot, and honestly, Willow's not coming off a win to make it look like she might even win.
Yep.
So,
Sure.
And
for me is a filler. That's it. That's just what it is.
And the only reason they have Willow going against Mariah May is because Willow against Mercedes we already saw.
Yeah, but I feel like Willow's a filler in this matchup. It sucks, so it shouldn't be. But because she's very athletic, I'm not discrediting her credentials. It's just that this is a filler.
Oh no!
But hold on.
It'll be a great match.
Yeah, that's why you nailed it. It's gonna be a great match. It's just the story for this is there isn't. It's just like here's a filler.
Yeah. And it's a goddamn shame that we now have a lexicon where it's like I don't know what the fucking story is, but it'll be a great match.
That's pretty much it.
Like I don't think we understand exactly the fact that Tony has essentially made that a standard term that we have to use now.
It's because he books for the sickos.
He also books week to week.
And honestly, the people who say that AEW is just blood and guts, no pun intended, if you watch Hell in a Cell, that is a blood and guts match with a huge story behind it. So they proved it can be done.
No, Hell in a Cell was old school NWA wrestling, man.
Yeah,
just that one match.
Yeah. But think about the story that they did, not all the way, but like 3 to 4 weeks before Hell in a Cell match when it was announced.
That was Dusty versus fucking Flair shit, bro. That's how good that was. No title, obviously. But that's how good that fucking shit was, man. That was Dusty versus Flair shit.
Yeah, but Mariah and Willow, you're sitting there just going, okay, I guess we get to see Willow do a good job.
Yeah, just to basically again be a sacrifice to somebody else.
Yeah.
Bobby, what do we got next?
The other thing that I have a problem with is because these matches are slapped together at the last minute, you have to ask the question, what are they going to do next? And you can't answer that question for anybody.
Not really. No.
All right, what's the next one? I'm sorry, Tim. What you got next?
Shit, don't be sorry, man. Say your piece, my brother. We got, I like to call this the triple main event here, all right? We got the 3 main events. We got the 3 matches that I think people care about. Let's start off with the International Championship. You got Will Ospreay defending against Ricochet, defending against Konosuke Takeshita. So, boys, I'll spin it to you guys first. Poppy, I want your take on this first, baby. Who do you got winning this match and why?
I mean, I still got a loss for retaining, but it's going to be a great matchup because one thing I will be happy about to see is seeing Ricochet and Takeshita for the first time in the ring. That's what I want to see. I'm actually excited to see that. One-on-one, I mean, let's say, but I'm actually excited to see that. And I know Will Ospreay will retain, and we'll see where the story goes with the whole situation. I mean, we'll see. I mean, it will be a banger matchup, I'll tell you that. I just hope, Bakley, if you're fucking watching, that I hope Okada comes out so that you get your story. Because, no, it's a story between them.
You better.
Yeah, I hope so. Then I'm gonna tell Bakley on Tuesday, I told you so. That's how I'll say.
Obviously, it's gonna be Will Ospreay. I mean, I don't see it being anyone else. No one in their right mind is putting that belt on Ricochet. But and unfortunately, Tony's afraid of Takeshita. So I'm giving it. I'm giving it to Will Ospreay. But truth be told, if you really wanted to have a moment, you would have Don Callis screw over Will Ospreay and cost him the title. Because when Don was giving him shit, he basically went, "You're the reason we don't have the tag titles." And Will Ospreay was like, "I gave us the international title." And Don Callis kept saying, "I didn't win the tag team championship. So if it's me, I have Takeshita screw over Will Ospreay, take the belt, walk off." which would then probably put Will Ospreay in line for the world championship, maybe. But honestly, yeah, no, but honestly, I don't know what it is, but fucking Tony don't want to book to catch the way he should. Let him have 5-star matches, but don't give him a belt.
Fair.
What about you, Justin?
I just don't know what the big freaking thing is going to be about that. Like, it's just the story almost feels like, again, one of those. I feel like there's 3 different stories that's telling the same exact thing, and this is one of them right here, where this is one of those, like, I feel like we're just trying to. I don't know if we're going to actually get Fletcher eventually to move on from this, and he's just going to stick with the family. But I hope to God that it's going to be something where they're not going to just split up United Empire in the end. Like, this is like AEW's like leftover members of who they're going to have, because like especially when Dump Truck comes back, it's going to be fucking weird to not have them with Ospreay. So if this has to be some kind of continuation where it's going to be, well, Callis is like, well, I didn't get that title from you now, so now I still have to come get that thing from you. So I think there's more of a more interesting side of it if you keep the story, whatever the hell kind of story they're going to tell, going by having Ospreay retain. I just think it's just obvious Ospreay's there. I think that's why Ricochet's in this match again. Like I said, to eat the pin here.
Yeah, you guys are all spot on. It's sad. I initially thought Ricochet possibly could get his title in AEW and just solidify himself as a star right away. But at the end of the day, Ospreay is Tony Khan's golden boy. So I can't see him losing this belt. This is what the belt Ospreay wanted. If Ospreay said I wanted to be world champion, he'd be world champion. I solemnly believe that. I think Ospreay just wants to do this thing with the international belt, so he's going to do the thing. And Fletcher will not side with Ospreay. I promise you, I don't know when it happens, but he will cost Ospreay this belt in some capacity. I don't know when, I don't know where, but it will happen.
Okay.
For sure. But let's go to the semi-main event. 2 studs. Fucking Switchblade Jay White. Hangman Adam Page. Face Switchblade. Not even face Switchblade like Poppy said. He's just Switchblade, you know? It's okay to be, like we said about Swerve. Stone Cold-esque. Hangman. He's embraced the fucking full heel, all right? So we got Switchblade on this side, Hanger on this side. Poppy, I want to start with you again, bro. Talk about this match.
Oh, man. This is going to be great storytelling. I think the feud's not going to be over. I think it's going to continue, and it's going to help both of them because I feel Jay White now kind of needs for his comeback. Hangman, of course, we already know what he did. You know, I'm not going to get into details of that. But for me is, as much as I love Switchblade, because I've always been a big fan of him, you go back here in this channel, folks. TK and I talked about it alongside with Bakley and De Niro back in New Japan days, like 2 or 3 years ago, about Jay White. This man voucher more than I can, so I'm not going to discredit. I got to give it to Poppy right here. But, man, it's going to be a banger matchup. I feel like I hope this is going to be great storytelling. Unfortunately, I hate to say it. I know. I think the Hangman probably will get this win, but it's not over the story, I'll tell you that. And it's going to develop Jay White where we needed to be finally for a long time. We haven't seen that from New Japan. I think we have to see that from here in North America Street. So I'll give it a Hangman to win it, but it's not going to be an easy win. I'll tell you that. Jay White's going to come out with like, oh yeah, you got lucky, motherfucker, but I'm going to get you again. It's not over. That's what I think.
Love it. Justin?
I do have Hangman winning this, but I think this is going to be the start of kind of elevating Jay White back up again, which I'm hoping that it is. I really hope that this is going to be the thing, because no more Jay White just hanging around like the lower card. Nothing like that. Jay White is a fucking main eventer. There's no reason why that man is still hanging out down there. Yes, he has the Bang Bang Gang, but they're doing their own thing. At this point, you should be focusing on getting back to where the Jay White that we know you are. And this is your start right here. Even if he takes the L to Hangman, this needs to be the start of the elevation. So even if you don't end this here, at least you got Jay White back up there as like a main eventer guy, like where he's hanging around like with Hangman and them, to the point where it's like now that's the Jay White of old that we remember.
Okay.
Yeah, no doubt. Pepsi Phil, what do you think, bro?
I want Jay White to win. Unfortunately, he's too new coming back, and Hangman's way too hot right now. I don't know who his next person is, but I'll be hella honest with you. I do not think Hangman will lose that match, because Jay White is great, but Hangman's on this run that's honestly kind of epic right now. I think I go back to what I said before. This is probably the best Hangman we've ever got. Period. Does he lose anything if he loses this match? No, he doesn't. So Jay White could win this one, but honestly, I think if Jay White does a really good night with this one, they both get elevated to main event roster. So I honestly, this is probably the only tough one of the night, but this is also the only one I care about too. Well, set the one or two I care about. But in this one, I will conservatively say this is a Hangman match, but Jay White comes out looking really strong, really, really strong. But I think Hangman ends up, because I don't think this is a one and done. Like, I definitely don't think this is one and done. I think this goes to the end of the year.
I don't mind it either, to be honest.
I don't hate that.
I don't hate it because, like how really Justin said it yourself too, Phil. This is where Jay White needs type of way to kind of elevate his momentum again. That he's come back. So, and then with Rock Hard, baby, I want to see that, and I'm excited. And I'm really excited because even though it'll benefit Hangman too in this story, it'll benefit him as well. Yeah, he'll win. That doesn't matter to me if he wins. My thing is really more to see Jay White to have the momentum back, and like how Puppy said right here, like be that Steve Austin. Like I don't give a fuck about you guys. I'm here for myself, type of shit. Hell yeah, I love that shit. That's awesome. Like I'm so with it. Like I'm excited. So that one I am very excited. Puppy, you're the man. I love how you're carding this. That's
No,
you're
man,
the host of the most coast to coast, baby.
Oh, I'm excited for this match. I'm pumped. I do, however, think, as crazy as it sounds, Hangman's gonna lose. I think Jay White's gonna get the win. I think Jay White cannot afford a loss here, no matter how big.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't say credit for it. I think Bakley said it. I think it was Bakley. All right, so I have to give his fucking ginger ass some fucking credit. All right, I don't think that Hangman can lose, but this is where TK's fucking brain came in. I think where it happens is because Hangman choked out Jeff Jarrett and murdered him. He fucking murdered the Guns. He murdered Juice. I think that all these guys come back and help Jay White win this fucking match. And then Jay White gets the win. Because listen, again, I talked about it all night. AEW lacks faces. Okada needs a challenger. Once Moxley, spoiler alert, wins the fucking title from Bryan, he's going to need a challenger. I don't know who's a better challenger for John Moxley than the guy literally next to him on the screen in like accidental or fucking not. But Moxley and Jay White is Moxley's first title program would go a long way. So then you got the BCC with the trios belts. Then once Wheeler turns on fucking Bryan.
He has a question for you, right?
Yes, De Niro. I thought Hangman would have gotten a world title shot after his feud with Swerve. Yes, exactly, De Niro. Yes, but he's not, which means he's not going to be. And when Mox gets the belt, Mox is not going to be defending the belt against heel Hangman. That's not going down. So Hangman's not going to get a world title match. This means Jay White's going to beat Hangman, and Jay White will go to Okada, or Jay White will go to Mox, because we need face challengers against these fucking heel champions. You got Jack Perry, who's a heel. You're going to have fucking Moxley, who's a fucking heel. You need you got Okada who's a heel. You need face challengers. So I think Jay White, whether it's Okada or whether it's Moxley, Jay White will be next in line after he beats Hangman. But Poppy, I love your idea of the feud going throughout the year. I think that's fucking that's awesome. But
you got a valid point though. What you're saying though, I'm not saying damn. See, fuck. Give this here. Here you go. Tony Khan.
So this
permanent
next,
marker.
So the next match is what pisses me off the most.
Let's go. Let's just go right to you then. No, let's go, Pepsi Phil. It is time for the main event world title match. Former best friends. They are 1-1 in AEW. They
Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends?
John Moxley said he is on a mission for a reason, for a cause. What's the cause, Pepsi Phil? What's the reason? Who's winning this match, baby?
So here's the thing. I am pissed off because Moxley shouldn't be in this match.
Darby?
Wow.
It should be Darby because honestly, if you are getting retired, it should not be someone on the same level as you. It should be with a rookie.
I have to do this right quick.
Tell me he didn't just say that.
Because here's the thing. Moxley and Danielson, we've seen it already. I don't care the gimmick, we've already seen it. The point of if Wrestle Dream's supposed to be Danielson's retirement match, it makes no sense unless you're really forcing a Darby Chase thing, which fine. If that's the case, fine. But honestly, I would rather Darby win the belt and then Moxley beat the shit out of him and challenge him and take it. And then next year is just Darby fighting to get his belt back that he lost after Danielson essentially bequeathed him as or quote unquote knighted him as his heir apparent as the AEW face. Because honestly, Moxley being in here feels very, it feels very cliche. So I'm not saying that Moxley isn't a good pick because it'll be a great match. They're already telling a good story around it, so we will be good. So, and I am already vested in it. Like you said, Tim, what the fuck is his motivation? Who's behind all of this? Yada yada yada. But the truth of the matter is, Moxley's going to win because technically, this is the end of Danielson's retirement tour.
Yep.
They gave him a belt the last time. No offense, not to say he didn't deserve it, but they gave him a belt. But he has said Wrestle Dream was his last night, so Moxley should win the belt. Unless something comes into play or they change.
Pepsi Phil, I know we're trying to get out of here, but I had a quick question for you. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So hypothetically speaking, the way you're spitting the story right now, Darby Allin were to fight Bryan at Wrestle Dream, win the world championship in the main event for him. Big go home moment. They hug in the middle of the ring. John Moxley, instead of Christian, wins that briefcase in that all-in match, comes in with his new BCC, destroys Bryan and Darby right there and then, and takes that title. Is that better?
Yes. 100%. Because then it's like the new face of AEW has to fight the newest threat.
Mm-hmm.
And Moxley is that threat.
Yeah, that's a hot story. I like that we just impromptu booked that shit. That would have been real cool.
You're hot. You're hot.
No, you're fucking hot. Justin?
I feel like it's just kind of super obvious here. Like I feel like this is the end for Bryan. Like he's literally said that Wrestle Dream was it, and that was like it's gonna live up to it. Exactly. Like it's gonna live up to the fact that he literally said this is gonna be the end. This is the last one. He's gonna drop the title to Moxley here.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes the most sense if you're going to do it, because again, we've talked about it before that this should literally be the start. Like after Darby lost that number one contendership to Moxley, now is the time to start fucking just basically restarting Darby all over again. Have him get a bunch of wins. Have him get back to Moxley to the part where he beats Moxley.
Yeah.
That is the big freaking thing right there. Is Darby gets the build. Freaking Darby's going to go over. He's going to get put over by Moxley, the guy that is basically or pretty much the face of the fucking company at this point. Like he is the ace, as TK says. He is like Moxley is the ace of the fucking company.
Mm-hmm.
That man puts over Darby Allin, and then we go from there.
Yep.
Yeah.
No doubt.
I'll take that.
Yep. Poppy, who you got, man?
I want to cry because this is the hardest matches and that I think I said this a couple weeks ago when it happened, the whole situation. I don't know how this is going to turn out to be because it could go two directions on this one. And yes, remember, Tim, Joyce, we talked about that. How it could be this direction of these scenarios. It is a tough one because we don't know how these scenarios are going to end. Especially heading into World's End, we don't know. There's so much into this. It could end, but I think all three of us stick to one that Moxie wins, and we get Darby at the end, either getting the title. I think I'm gonna have to stick with that story. Now I know in the comments, like CJ Henry said, Shane will show up. If he does, and you'll see us on Saturday here to watch it on. We're gonna be like, oh my god, or we're gonna be like, nah. Well, we don't know. I don't know, but this is gonna be very intriguing to see. Great storytelling. I'm not gonna lie, it is not a great storytelling. Great storytelling. This is like really reminds me of. I know I'm gonna get shit on this for comparing it to the movie. Warriors, come out and play. What movie is that, gentlemen?
The Warriors?
There you go.
I mean, honestly, it's not. It is close to that, but truth be the matter is that they just went through an entire card of 8 matches, and we only found one we cared about.
Well, I cared about really more the Jay White and Hangman.
Yeah, that's still 2.
This one too, the main event, and that's it. But
yeah,
that's slowly it.
Yeah, that's the. I mean, it's basically who said. I think someone used the phrase. It's a 2-event pay-per-view.
It feels like an old WCW pay-per-view.
Yep.
It does.
Even to the T with the cruiserweight match, like Dean Malenko versus Rey Mysterio is Mortos versus fucking Hologram, dude. Like early them though, like not like later them, early them.
So now the biggest question here, I mean, TK, I don't know, you gave your final thoughts on the main event. I don't know if you have. So we close it out. Do you already give it or not?
Yeah, really quick. I just got a couple quick things to say. We always dog AEW for long-term storytelling, and they had no idea what they were doing here, so I'm not going to pretend like they did. But 2.5 years, all right, we were in the crowd. March of 2022, the BCC formed. Bryan Danielson, Moxley in the ring, Chicago, together. Bryan says, we need to be together. Moxley says, like, fucking hell, I will ever fucking join you, dude. No fucking way. You'll have to fucking fight me. They fought. Moxley beat his ass. They fucking formed this fucking BCC. Bryan gets hurt. Claudio comes in. Wheeler's the man. I mean, the story, the fact, like, no, you're the man, Poppy. The fact, like, that they went like 18 months as a faction and never the 4 of them were in the ring together is crazy. All right. So that's why I was saying long-term storytelling is good, but at the same time, Tony Khan, you had no idea what you were doing with this. All right. But 2.5 years later, you get the ending of the BCC, the formation, the partners that made the BCC what it is. It's cool, all right? These guys are great, all right? 2 of the best fucking wrestlers in the world. They got history going back 14 fucking years, man. They're 1-1 in AEW. But John Moxley's going to stomp his fucking face in, all right? And it's going to be with Wheeler Yuta helping him out. Wheeler has to turn because I thought that Wheeler should be this, like, hero, sympathetic babyface. But at the end of the day, we've said it. It's Darby. Let's not get anyone in the way of Darby's fucking trajectory. Let's just Wheeler turn, join them, be with them. You belong now. You have a place with them. You're trios champions with them. They're your family. You fought them. Be with them, Wheeler. Wheeler turns on Bryan. It makes sense. Bryan gets a clean way out. Moxley's the new champ. We don't see Shane for a while, though. We hear about this higher power, this fucking voice, why we need to do it. We don't see Shane for a couple months. AEW tell the story. If Shane's coming, build it. Build it slowly and fucking build it. All right. But Mox wins this match for sure. Poppy is fucking awesome, man. We fucking hammered WWE hard. NXT, Dynamite, predicted fucking Wrestle Dream. Do your thing, baby.
That's right. Yeah. Then we have. We're not gonna talk about I'm just showing what we have here for tomorrow. Well, pretty much for Friday we have Rampage. We have we have Coronation. The Coronation versus United Kingdom. We have Rocky Romero versus Brian Keith, and we have Beast Mortals versus Butcher. Wow.
I swear to God, I thought it was Chris Statlander versus Lance Archer.
I thought so too. I just read that card and I went, "Whoa!"
I did too, and then I thought that Statlander and Archer against Priest and Rhea would be fucking a banger.
Hello.
It would be. But yes, folks, it is that time because we have to get out. We've been here for almost 4.5 hours for you guys because you see how much we have to cover. But before we get the hell out of here, folks, don't forget to go ahead and tune in and check out and sign up for GameBreakerSports.com, where they provide you all the sports, entertainment, professional wrestling, all there. I mean, our Papi here, our host here, will give you more details with what they do over there on GameBreakerSports.com. Papi, go ahead. The floor is yours. Let people know why should they go to GameBreakerSports.com.
Oh yeah, man! Check out GameBreakerSports.com. First of all, everything that we do as a family, fucking on the Debate Network, on Game Breaker Sports, everything that we do is on GameBreakerSports.com. So you can find all the podcasts, all the watch-alongs, everything that we do as a family is on there. In addition, we got sports articles, we got wrestling articles, we got everything we do fantasy wrestling. Plus, if you're a gambler, right, Dan's Ringside Picks every day on GameBreakerSports.com. So sports, wrestling, entertainment. There's a lot of soccer on there too. So if you like soccer, you can get your soccer fix. A lot of websites don't got that. A lot of soccer over there, a lot of wrestling, fantasy wrestling. No one's got that either. So check out GameBreakerSports.com for everything that we do and more.
That's absolutely right. You heard it from our host here. And all of our audio listeners, I want to give you a shout out to everybody in Europe, internationally, besides here in North America, giving us the opportunity on Spotify and everywhere else, on iHeartRadio that keep us going. I see the analytics. I see it. Man, shout out to everybody all over Europe, all everybody else, because yes, but if you see the description right below, that's right. Go to GameBreakerSports.com to get all your information around what's going around the world of sports entertainment. We got great internet giving you great everything fantastic what's going on in the world of the movie industry. We got Papi right here, TK, giving you what's going on in the world of baseball, football, NBA, soccer, like you mentioned. It doesn't matter what it is, it's there. And professional wrestling as well. Go to Game Breakers. Also on the YouTube channel. Subscribe to it and do that now, folks. Besides, you already subscribed here because we both networks are a familia that we provide you guys, all of you guys, the best content for you guys to come and join us and join this debate that we have about the world overall of sports, entertainment, everything else. But it's about that time, folks. But we'll be back here Saturday on both channels. We'll be having the watch along for both channels for Wrestle Dream. Stay tuned for that. We may be here for Dojo Debate before Game Breaker Sports YouTube channel before the SmackDown watch along. Stay tuned for that. That will be happening as well. Joining Dango and the Redeemer and other people. Yes. It's Nitty Mania weekend coming. Right, because we got the following weekend, we still got TNA Bound the World. We got Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling that we're gonna do watch along. There's so much shit that we provide for all of you guys. We do it for you guys. We don't do it for us. We do it for all of you. We thank you for supporting us and continue supporting us. Merch will be coming out soon for combined that you will see very soon. We're ending the year with this for all of you guys, but the beginning of this year, you will have a lot of new things coming up for all of you guys very, very soon that you guys will be like, oh my God, yes, you will. We will give you that and provide you for all of your supporters. And thank you. And Brother Nero said he'll be there on Saturday. Oh, he said he'll be there on Saturday. Oh, wonderful.
Fucking go.
Let's fucking go. I can't wait for the Wrestle Dream. But it is that time. Let me hit it here because I know I gotta eat dinner.
There he is.
Yes, Papi gotta eat dinner too. We all gotta eat dinner. So It's that time.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
That's right. We are rolling on here. Before we do, of course, I'm going to let my family here tell them where you can follow them on social media platforms, where you can actually listen to them besides here. But let's start up with our attorney of law who defends us here at Game Breaker Sports and the Debate Network. He defends both of us. Because you know what? I said, man, this man, he fights for America, okay? Not only for Spanish, right?
¡Eh, cabrón! ¡Chinga tu madre!
Speaks Spanish too, but he's for
America! Fuck yeah! Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah!
Come save the day. Because, just
I'll show y'all how we do in the conglomeration, baby. That's right, because we're about to.
That's right. And also, Pepsi Phil wears 1,000 suits.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
I forgot what dude I actually was.
Tell us, Phil, what do you do?
Y'all can get me on Instagram at PhilipJP24601. That's where all the writing, the music, and all the stuff is. And if you want to find me anywhere on the internet, that's where you go to find me. But 9 times out of 10, if it's a Thursday, I'm going to be here causing mayhem with the boys. Left, right, upside down, like Stokely from himself.
I can't believe you said that shit. That's old school.
Left, right, upside down.
That's fucking old school, and I know where he's talking about.
Round the back, smack it up, flip it, rub it down.
Hey, even though you're older than me, but I know we're talking about because we're older.
Hey, that's wild.
Fuck, that's fucking wild. Bobby Redeemer, tell them where they can find you.
You can find me on.
My bad, Justin. I'm sorry.
You can find me on Instagram, Facebook, In Time Wrestling Podcast. Justin Time 211 on X. In Time Wrestling Podcast. I'm gonna say it's basically like gonna be on a long hiatus right now. So if you want to go find the show, find it and give it a listen. Shouts to the chef. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow night as well. Again, if you want to find the show, give it a listen. It's basically going to be like put to the side right now because right now the Redeemer is going to focus on Game Breaker Sports, Circle of Debate. That is what I do. You'll find me everywhere other than that. So keep your eyes peeled because the Redeemer, I am your Redeemer. And I am here to entertain the shit out of you.
That's right. And Papi Chulo himself. Best for last, baby.
Banger.
You are another host of the Banger the Bangers is.
Banger after banger after banger after banger after banger after banger after banger.
Oh man, I missed a little Butch, dude. Oh, Butch, Butch was fun.
If I was there right now in Chicago, bro, I'd stand over your shoulder and just pound on you like Butch was doing.
I'm your Butch, all right?
Poppy, you're the best. Thank you, Poppy, for everything that you do. Thank you for putting the shows together the last 2 weeks that you put together for us, man. We had a great time. Thank you for producing and setting everything up. Thank you for producing and setting everything up tonight. Pepsi Phil, man, always love throwing down with you. Justin, you are the MVP of everything that we do, and don't ever fucking forget it. You can find me right here on Circle of Debate Thursday nights, GameBreakerSports.com. And that's it, Poppy. That's it. Right here, Thursday nights.
That's right, because he has a host here as well, folks. So we're going to have, we're ending the year with everything else. Next year will be all fresh new. Fresh new logo. Fresh new logo. Fresh new sponsor we have, what you guys will see. I can't spoil it for you, but I already spoiled one part. So that's one thing that we already have coming. We got a lot of things coming up. To end this year was stupendous, spectacular, immaculate for all of you guys to tune in for both channels, not only just one, but here. And also go to the website, GameBreakerSports.com. But you already know that with both those channels, we don't just do podcasting, entertainment, or
sports, fantasy wrestling.
Not this type of fantasy, right?
What do we do?
None of that, all right?
Or OnlyFans.
That's this man, because yes, he's a banger podcasting.
They only
hide your
fans.
girlfriends and hide your wives because
It's not only fans. It's only slams.
Only slams.
But let's You're the queen. I know you're listening. You are the queen of both networks. So you and Kathy and Kayla are the queens of both networks. Okay.
Thank you.
Much love, Melissa.
Thank you. Hey.
And I'm looking forward to seeing you on Saturday, Melissa. But Melissa, we love you. We thank you for everything what you do for us as well.
Thank you for letting us borrow Tim.
and yeah, because he's a sexy man. But besides being sexy over here, what else? What the fuck do we do on all these fucking channels that we do, and on GameBreakerSports.com, baby? What do we do besides podcasting and all of that? You tell them, folks.
Make history.
Buenas noches. We will see you tomorrow and Saturday. Goodbye and mwah. Bye.
Must bid you adieu, a goodbye, mwah, and good night. Oh my God, it's so great. Bang! Yes!